Hi, Gladys.
Did you have a chance to look at Donnie's concept notes?
Yes, and I've sent it. Yeah. Well, not as we didn't conclude it. I sent it to the group for Peggy to look at it.
Yeah.
And then to who again? To the whole group to take a look.
Yeah.
Then I've been into. I wrote back to Otieno.
Yeah.
Because I really thought no, never said it to the okay. Because I really thought this thing is too short. It wouldn't be effective. This is a strategic plan.
Yeah.
That will get the next 3-4 years.
You don't want to, because I can sit over there.
No, do it.
Friends of coalitions. Why do I want to carry out some of I'm going over there. You can come here. I'm going over there. Okay. Yeah.
No problem. Coffee. You should be sitting here. No. My work and you see, notice I'm the one that still was. Good morning.
Samuel is my name. Samuel.
Geoffrey Minari.
From University of
Kenya.
I'm from the University of Derby.
Oh, okay, pleasure. Fantastic. Okay, it's good.
It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure meeting you.
I will have the chance to visit Nairobi.
You're most welcome. Have you been there before?
No, I haven't.
Oh dear, you're missing a lot.
I believe you.
Yeah, you're missing. I'm sure you have had a lot.
If you don't mind, we can exchange. I didn't put my contact card.
Yeah, same.
You can scroll.
No, I came with them, but we had another forum last 2 days.
Dear colleagues, excellencies, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to welcome you to this workshop on building capacity and scaling up adoption of STI4SDG roadmaps in Africa. 2 weeks ago, world leaders arrived in the UN headquarters for the SDG summit. There is a growing realization that humanity cannot continue to conduct itself in the same way it has been. They committed to scale up ambition to deliver science, technology, and innovation for the SDGs. As an immediate follow-up, this workshop is co-organized by my department, UN DESA, our sister department, ECA, and European Commission Joint Research Center, supported by the International Research Center on Big Data for SDGs, and the Global Solutions Summit. I'm so proud to see everyone is coming here in Addis with a can-do spirit, with sleeves rolled up, ready to make a change. For me, a good meeting leads to a timeline, a work program, a group of dedicated, convinced people, and committed support and implementation intention to deliver the roadmaps and the activities for the coalition on the STI for Africa's development. Thank you all for being here to build bridges and momentum going into this strong STI program in Africa. Without further ado, it is my great honor to invite Ms. Mahalet Teshome, distinguished representative of African Union Commission, to deliver her opening remarks. Madam, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to Addis Ababa for those visiting with us. I will be speaking on behalf of the Department of Education, Science, Technology, and Innovation of the African Union Commission. Our Commissioner, Professor Mohamed Belhossein, sends his regards and support to this workshop, focused on enhancing capacity on STI roadmaps and engagement we truly consider quite practical. Dear colleagues, cognizant of the role and immense potential of science and technology in enabling the integration process for Africa, S&T is in the heart of implementation of 7 of the aspirations of the AU Agenda 2063 through the Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Africa we call STISA 2024. As you are all aware, the continental strategy focuses on actions towards fostering social transformation and economic competitiveness through deploying science, technology, and innovation across various socio-economic sectors. The strategy is to be implemented at national, regional, and continental levels with various roles for the stakeholders who are the actual beneficiaries of the strategy. 2024 will witness the new iteration of the next decade of the continental strategy, whereby aspects of emerging technologies driving the dynamic STI sector will also be incorporated. Ladies and gentlemen, the operational aspects of innovation is equally relevant. It implies the existence of a solid approach for the implementation of innovation at the various levels of scale, including the presence of sound and sustainable financing mechanisms. This, we believe, is where coordination and partnerships come in. Sharing of experiences in growing local startups on the ground, navigating through the prevalent challenges that are common to specific regions, by putting in place risk assessment and risk management is imperative. Equally important are, of course, also enabling mechanisms for innovation to flourish, such as putting in place dynamic intellectual property systems that benefit our constituencies. Therefore, capacity development of STI roadmaps certainly align with the implementation mechanisms of the AU Agenda 2063, by setting a strong knowledge management system that enhances the quality of delivery through learning by doing, cutting-edge research, innovation and codification of groundbreaking experiences, and truly promoting communities of practice through sharing of experiences. Research and innovation endeavors are to be translated into tangible products, services, businesses, and jobs, thereby developing long-term sustainable cooperation models. And this is precisely what is reflected in the objectives of the joint AU-EU innovation agenda, for instance. This newly adopted cross-continental innovation agenda intends to make it real, generate impact by design, sustain or strengthen people's, communities, and institutions, and learn, monitor, and scale up. Through this agreed short, medium, and long-term actions, well elaborated in the innovation agenda itself, is how we, with our European counterparts, anticipate in achieving these fundamental objectives. Colleagues, while interinstitutional and intercontinental collaboration is important to us to advance the continent's socioeconomic development, we sincerely believe that intra-African cooperation has never been more relevant as we drive our continental integration agenda through the flagship projects, such as the establishment of the AFCFTA, the African Passport and Free Movement of People, the African Outer Space Strategy, the African Virtual and E-Universities, amongst others. So it is for this reason that we most definitely would like to continue being informed and engaged in this avenue of knowledge exchange and capacity building on STI4SDGs and for achieving our continental development goals. Finally, I think I would also want to recall that based on the outcomes of the Transforming Education Summit held at the margins of last year's UN General Assembly, the African heads of states and government passed declarations on transforming education in Africa, thereby also deciding to dedicate education as the theme of the year for 2024. So we are also confident that our joint actions will also play a significant role in the building of resilient education systems in a dynamic world driven by STI. Without further ado, therefore, I would take this opportunity to thank the organizers, the UN ECA, the UN DESA, the European Commission, Joint Research Commission, the Global Solutions Summit, and the International Research Center of Big Data for Sustainable Development Goals for organizing this very important workshop. And we trust that fruitful engagements and stronger and impact-oriented partnerships emerged as a result of our discussions here. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Mahalit, for your warm and inspiring opening remarks. I now have a pleasure to invite Dr. Victor Conte, scientific officer. You know him very well. Last 2 days, he was in this room, and he's our key partner, his host, to deliver the opening remarks on behalf of the ECA. Please, Victor.
Yes, so I have basically very simple messages for today. One is simply to welcome everyone to UNECA and of course to Ethiopia and Addis Ababa. And I hope you find the facilities that are at your disposal useful for the deliberations that are going to take place. Being a host, of course, we are hoping that you will find your stay here actually comfortable and I think for the meeting. And the second part is, of course, to just focus our mind on what it is that we want to do. I don't need to tell you why STI policies are important or why we should actually create our own roadmaps for our countries. I think if you are in this room, then you agree they are important. And so one thing I would just call on everybody is we must look into our countries where we are coming from. Remember, we are not designing it for other people to do. These are policies we are designing for us to implement. Actually, we are mapping our own development for the future. The second message for me is simply that, like with my colleagues, I think we have done the SDG roadmaps in Africa for a few countries. It's now time, I think we have called for it again, that we need to scale up. We need to move away from piloting, I don't know, from 3 countries. And we are hoping most of your countries can actually take up the STI policy guide, which ECA already published, and you can find it at your gate. And also you can pick up, I think, the guidebook for the STI for the SDGs and use it in your own countries in development of your programs. They are not necessarily designed to be used only if you are going to make a roadmap. You can actually use it even if you have already a policy in place. You can use it at all along the entire period. The whole idea of monitoring and evaluation is, of course, that whatever you're going to do, what you put in place today will be impacted by what happens tomorrow, and changes need to take place. And so I hope all of you can open your minds to the idea that whatever we put on paper is not it's not necessarily written in stone, that it can't be changed, but it's dynamic. Our countries are dynamic. And finally, of course, we should pay attention to what's going on in industry and in other sectors of the economy. STI don't necessarily operate in isolation, in a vacuum. And so my colleagues talk about the DESA 2024, which is ending next year, and the efforts to try and come up with DESA 2034, if that's the target, I understand. And we're hoping that some of the outcomes from here can actually inform that process. So with those few words, I would wish you a very good and fruitful meeting. And if you need anything that we can do for you to help your stay here useful, or for the work that you want to undertake, please feel free to reach out to me and my colleagues in the room. Mahalet is actually here. Where is she? Yeah, she's helping out. And also some of you are here, met already as far and Adlade. So reach out to us and we are at your disposal. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor, for your messages and warm welcome, and thanks for the warm hospitality and your team's great support for hosting this meeting. I'd like to now have a pleasure to invite my colleague, Mr. Jürgen Gaffig, Senior Program Officer, UN DESA, to deliver his opening remarks. Jürgen, please.
Thank you, Wayne. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning, and I'm happy to welcome so many of you present in this building on behalf of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs in New York. As Wei mentioned, and to reiterate that, we are at the halfway point in the 2030 agenda, and we are at the risk of falling short on many of the shared global promises, including eliminating poverty and hunger, empower women and girls, act against climate change, biodiversity loss, and ensure equity access to quality education, clean energy, and healthcare. We can still achieve the SDGs, but this requires that everyone and every actor combines their effort to move the agenda forward. As just has been issued, you may have seen that online, the 2023 Global Sustainable Development Report outlines some pathways how we can still achieve the 2030 agenda by 2030. And the subtitle here, it says, Science for Accelerating Transformation to Sustainable Development. The report highlights that transformative actions to advance the SDGs should be rooted in science. Advancing the SDGs requires social and technological innovation, feasible, cost-effective, and scalable technologies. STI4SDG roadmaps provide one common framework to plan, communicate, facilitate, and track actions, progress, foster a learning environment, and to harness the STI to achieve the SDGs. STI4SDG roadmap should not stand alone as policy framework, but should well integrate and complement national development strategies. But roadmaps and plans are meaningless if not implemented. As we heard before, if you don't have regular assessments where we stand, what we want to do, looking at the dynamic changes, what happens, we have just a plan, and we have many plans but are never implemented. So tracking progress, being flexible, adjusting based on the current situation is key to advance. Implementation often requires to break silos. We need to work on cooperation across ministries, lateral cooperation in the government. We need to cooperate with local level ministries, governments, so having a vertical and horizontal cooperation within the government. We need to work with academic institutions, private sector, and bring all stakeholders in the implementation. One crucial element for developing a national innovation system is to develop the local skills. We need to provide an education system that leaves no one behind, that provides opportunities for boys and girls. Africa has a significant youth population with over 60% of its population under the age of 25. This demographic presents both a challenge and an opportunity to develop the scientists, engineers, innovators that we need to make the SDGs happen by 2030. On the policy side, we need to devise a policy mix that nurtures innovation and provides a policy environment that supports local academic and research institutions, fosters partnership with the private sector, and particular micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, and provide reliable and modern infrastructure. I'm looking forward for the next 2 days learning on where countries are in formulation or implementing the STI roadmaps. What are your plans, and where we could forge partnerships or otherwise support governments in these efforts? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jürgen, for your warm and inspiring welcome opening remarks. I now have a pleasure to invite Mr. Lauren, Minister Counselor, Delegation of the EU to the African Union, to deliver his opening remarks. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Wei. Dear colleagues, distinguished guests, good morning. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to be here today and say a few opening remarks on behalf of the European Union delegation to the African Union. I would like to start by thanking the organizers, UN DESA, UN ECA, the Joint Research Center, which is represented here by my colleague Angela Sarcina, but also the African Union Commission and all the speakers and the participants in those 2 days. As stressed by the previous speakers, the objective of our workshop is to discuss the preparation and the implementation of STI4SDGs roadmaps in Africa and see how these roadmaps can help strengthen capacity building, mobilize a broad range of stakeholders, and accelerate the achievement of SDGs in Africa. The European Union is committed to achieving the SDGs and regularly monitors its own progress in the global context. The European Union recognizes that Africa is not only a geostrategic neighbor, but also a vital partner in addressing global challenges. Global Gateway is our latest ambitious initiative aimed at fostering collaboration and connectivity between Europe and Africa. Through this initiative, we are working to strengthen trade and investment ties, promote sustainable development, and advance innovation. Innovation, or I should say science, technology, innovation, play a central role towards building a stronger partnership with Africa, and we are proud that we've launched recently the EU Innovation Agenda, which was mentioned earlier, a framework that encourages cooperation in research, science, and technology. This agenda will promote the exchange of knowledge and expertise to address shared challenges. The European Commission is dedicated to providing funding opportunities for projects that drive sustainable development in Africa. We have a wide range of funding programs from Horizon Europe to Global Gateway, which are designed to support initiatives that align with the SDGs. The Joint Research Center plays a crucial role in this endeavor. GRC has been at the forefront of developing what we call smart specialization methodologies for SDGs, which are combining a bottom-up approach with, global values, which are expressed in the 2030 Agenda and the European Green Deal. This approach ensures that no one and no place are left behind in the pursuit of global transformations. GRC's collaboration with the United Nations Interagency Team on the roadmaps is another testament to our commitment, which has contributed to a number of milestones, such as the Global Pilot Program, General Assembly resolutions, which are endorsing this stream of work, the Partnership in Action, and more recently, the Coalition on STI for Africa's Development. At the European Commission, GRC, Joint Research Center, in collaboration with our DG for Development, called International Partnership now, they're working together towards the formulation of roadmaps that guide a selection of African countries towards sustainable development. In particular, we are working with Gambia, Malawi, Mauritius, Namibia, Rwanda, and Seychelles, with the ambition of scaling up this project to more countries in the future, building on lessons learned and peer learning opportunities. These roadmaps encompass STI priorities for investments towards the achievement of localized sustainable challenges. By looking at the specificities of each country and territory, we aim to identify the STI potential and identify the gaps to address place-based challenges, ranging from food production to energy production and health systems. Roadmaps will include implementation and monitoring mechanisms leading to tangible progress. In this context, the STI for Africa's Development Coalition, which bring together African countries, UN agencies, and international partners to accelerate progress towards the SDGs through STI, is a proof to the strength of this global commitment. This workshop brings together different perspectives, countries currently engaged in the road mapping process, and countries that have completed it, academia, innovators, international organizations, and funding partners. This is a great opportunity not only to share experience and lessons learned, but also to join forces, strengthen existing partnerships, and explore new cooperation. As we all know, implementation is most of the times one of the biggest challenges due to very often lack of resources and capacities, low ministerial coordination, and lack of ownership. Based on our experience, it is important to consider these issues throughout the mapping process. In this workshop, we will have the opportunity to discuss and tackle them, learning more about mapping methodologies, participatory approaches, and funding mechanisms adopted by different partners and stakeholders. To conclude, let me stress that the European Union is deeply committed to strengthening its partnership with Africa through initiatives like Global Gateway and the AU-EU Innovation Agenda. We aim to foster collaboration and drive sustainability, building on the STI4SDGs roadmaps. I wish you all a very successful workshop and look forward to lively discussions in all the roundtables. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laurent, for your remarks and for your support to the science, technology, innovation work. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the conclusion of the opening session. We're actually doing very well in the time. We gained 2 minutes. Okay, so I now hand over to the next session's roundtable moderator, Mr. Mesheleni Habani from UNESCO office in Addis Ababa. He will moderate the next roundtable. Given that we gain a little bit time, I just wonder, I look at the program, we're supposed to have a coffee break before this opening for half hour. However, I didn't see it was ready. So I hope after the first roundtable, the coffee should be ready, and maybe at the time we can have a little break after that, and then we continue the roundtable 2. So without further ado, Mr. Mash, would you like to take this seat and moderate the roundtable 1, please? Or you can sit over there if you...
I think for the interest of time, we can proceed this way so that we don't create some commission again.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, our moderator, and a good morning to everyone. You are extremely quiet. Good morning.
Good morning.
Let's create an interactive environment. We are here at the workshop to look at building capacities and scaling up STI actions and adoption of country STI4SDGs roadmap. And our next roundtable is on strengthening innovation ecosystems through mapping STI potentials, multi-stakeholder engagement, and bringing the perspective of case studies and champions that are forerunners in the roadmaps. Africa has quite a number of countries now, that have developed and adopted their STI roadmaps. And we want to encourage more preparation of the roadmaps and more adoption of these roadmaps, as well as like the speakers who spoke before us, the implementation of those roadmaps becomes very critical and important going forward. Now, we've got 4 guiding questions that will guide this session on strengthening innovation ecosystems, which are really around the role of STI4SDG roadmaps, mapping capacities of STI, stakeholders, and facilitating evidence or informed policy making and better cooperation in times of crisis. They also look at SDGI, the potentials of these roadmaps to foster recovery and build back better, as well as build our own future resistances. How then do we prepare the roadmap implementation? This is a question that was ably highlighted by the high table, that we need to keep in mind how the implementation takes place. And then how will the UN foment more responsive to the STI4SDGs ecosystems in different countries, in your countries? To help us understand this better, I've got a keynote speaker who will tell us more about roadmaps for coalition on STI for Africa's development. My style is that each speaker will introduce themselves. I will not introduce them myself. I want them to introduce themselves and then go into the presentation. The keynote speaker will take 10 minutes, and this will be Professor Chakaneta Mavunga. I hope you are here with us, Prof. Prof. Mavunga.
My understanding, Professor Mahanga has an issue with a delayed flight. He planned to join online. I just wonder if Mahanga, please, if you join online, please indicate that. Otherwise, Mr. Chair, maybe we can move on to the next speaker and give Mahanga another chance to speak once he's coming, but he just delayed the flight.
Okay, all right. So we are not short of speakers in this session. I have 2 speakers I've seen with my eyes here, Dr. George Osuo and Dr. Solomon Beno. And I also have one other speaker online, Professor Walter Oyawa. Prof, are you there too? Good. So I've got 3 speakers for that. Then I will have 2 lead discussants who will provide comments after the speakers have taken the floor and addressing those critical guiding questions on how we strengthen our innovation ecosystems. Without much further ado, let me give the floor to Professor Walter Oyawa, who is online, to break the ice. Prof, you have the floor, and you have got around 5 or so minutes to make a presentation. Okay. I'll be timing you.
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Chair, distinguished participants, excellencies. First, allow me to thank the organizers for inviting me to share some experiences from Kenya. Since I have 5 minutes, I will try to move very fast with my slides. I guess they are visible. And we decided to title this presentation as Fostering Innovation Ecosystems through Multi-Sectoral Approach, in line with what is happening in Kenya, what we are calling the science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming in Kenya. Allow me to mention that Kenya was one of the 6 countries that participated in the global pilot program. Under the Global Alliance, that's STI4SDGs. As Kenya, we focused on SDG 2, which is on zero hunger, and on industry, innovation, and infrastructure, that is SDG 9. Well, as mentioned by one of our presenters in the opening session, it is time to move to the next level, to go beyond this trial and pilot actions. But for Kenya, our participation in STI4SDGs Forum has created a national momentum aimed at leveraging on science, technology, and innovation for the realization of SDGs. And this action is led none other by our President, His Excellency President William Ruto, and he has a strong support of STI4SDGs at both the local, regional, and national level. And I just picked out some of his tweets in the past, and allow me just to quickly mention them. And he talks of some years back, this is about 7-8 years ago, that we're in a new age, an age of science, technology, and innovation. The children under our care must compete in this world. He also said, I think 4 years ago, that we have to scale up our engagement with science, technology, and innovation space. What better statements that befits this distinguished forum? Just to inform that as Kenya, I think we really are happy to participate in this forum, and we'll be able to do whatever is necessary to be able to create some impacts, not only for our people, but also for the region and for the rest of the world. Yeah, Kenya has moved ahead, and one of the things that His Excellency the President has done most recently in what is called Executive Order Number 1 of 2023 in January, soon after taking power, is the establishment of a Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. Its membership is yet to be finalized, but this council will be reporting directly to His Excellency. What does this imply? It implies that matters of STI will directly get the attention of the presidency in the country, and we look forward to some fruitful outcomes based on the establishment of this advisory committee. Further to this, I think just last month, our president was the co-chair or co-moderator of Dialogue 3 at the UN on the game changers, that is applying science, technology, and innovation and data for transformative action for SDGs. He was a co-moderator, and he called upon the international community to mobilize and direct resources towards addressing impediments to sustainable development goals. So this again reiterates that we are right inside it, and this agenda is very exciting. I would have wished to be there personally, but due to unavoidable circumstances, we could not. What were the key decision highlights of the summit, which happened just last month at the UN in New York? Yeah, some of the things, I'll just mention a few because of the limited time, that the potential for STI is to be applied to sustainable development goals is vastly underutilized. And African continent, despite having massive resources, still continue to languish in terms of the indices that come out there, our publication level, our patenting level, the impacts on society still remain quite minimal. And these are some of the things that we strongly believe that we need to quantify. Rather than talk generally, we need to quantify what are the impacts on our people. I think the Global Innovation Index has just come out, and I think most African countries are either going backwards on that. So we need to figure out how to move to the next level to be at par with the rest of the world. In Kenya, also a recent happening over 2 years ago, the government established a performance contracting in all the ministries, departments, and agencies in what is called Science, Technology, and Innovation Mainstreaming. This has been a game changer. It means we are able to get data at quarterly level, at annual level from all the ministries, departments, and agencies in Kenya. And we believe in this, we're able to keep track on what is happening in the ministries, but above all, we're able to enforce a multi-sectoral, a whole government approach, because we believe in systems approach. We believe if you have to get to our destination, then it has to be a whole government approach, a multi-sectoral approach, and multi-agency approach, inter-country, multilateral approach, and that is what will take us to where we live in. Just to quote on a recent gathering, I think in early this year, again, on Africa, that achieving Africa's sustainable growth requires leveraging the power of STI to fight multidimensional vulnerabilities. That's what the experts indicated in this forum, which was focused on Africa. Also, allow me just to quote, I think one last slide, from the Secretary General's report in July. It says that science, technology, and innovation plays a critical role in building resilience and in accelerating the recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. In particular, new technologies increase the ability of people to absorb and adapt to shocks. STI offers transformative solutions to accelerate the achievement of 2030 agenda for SDG. However, seizing these opportunities requires strong policy responses from governments. Governments in developing countries need agency and urgency in building the necessary innovation capacities to take advantage of technological opportunities. Distinguished participants, we strongly believe that this meeting should emphasize on each country, each region, deliberately setting aside resources, because without inputs, then there cannot be outputs. So there should be deliberate investment on resources on STI, starting with research like the agenda of 1% of GDP and so forth and so forth. So allow me just to go to the conclusion, and that is to say that in conclusion, the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic, has reaffirmed the vital role of science, technology, innovation as a global public good, as well as in evolving solutions to mitigate the virus, while at the same time cushioning the impact on the households. What came out during the pandemic is that countries that leverage on technology were able to minimize the deaths, were also able to have the economy running just by using simple technologies, drone technologies, and so forth and so forth. Then we also emphasize on a multi-sector approach, whole of government approach, a system approach, and partnerships to be able to achieve the STI4SDGs roadmaps. Thank you, and back to you.
Thank you, Prof. Walter Oyawa. You can see by the applause that the presentation you made has been very welcome and has highlighted quite a number of key issues, in particular the role of leadership at the highest level to ensure that implementation really happens across the country. Mobilization of resources, as well as the mainstreaming of STI in various development sectors. Thank you very much for that presentation. I understand that Professor Chakanetsa Mavunga is now online. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. Can you please unmute, and we'll give you the floor at the end of the other two speakers, so that we start with the first three speakers, and then you come and reinforce that with a keynote speech, and then we will go back to our discussants to respond to the whole presentation. Is that okay with you? Thank you. You can just unmute, and then we go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. George Owusu, Director of the Science Technology Policy Research Institute of the Council of Science and Industrial Research, based in Accra, Ghana. Dr. George, it's good. It's nice to have you around. Can you please take the floor? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to be here with you. I noticed that Marsh could not pronounce the surname, so I will do that for him, Isibi. And I'm doing that also to go on and make a small correction. I'm the CEO of the Technology Development and Transfer Center of the CSIR. I was the former director of the Science and Technology Policy Research Institute. And for the fact that I have our director here, I must be sure that I'm absolutely correctly introduced. So I hope you wouldn't mind if I do that small correction. Ladies and gentlemen, I see this as an opportunity for us to share experiences in the countries, in the African countries that we have prepared our STI4SDG roadmaps. Ghana was amongst the 3 African countries that was in the global pilot program. And so we have prepared our roadmap, and we have even taken the steps to launch it in New York at the last, not this one, the 2022 UNGA summit in New York. And so I want to go straight on and share with you some of the key lessons that probably would want to discuss in connection with the topic that we have for this roundtable. And I start off with the lesson about selecting champions. In Ghana, we looked at the governance structure and we came to the decision that if we really want the roadmap to make impact at the highest governance level, then we had to choose the champions that would drive that. And so we linked up with our sector ministry, that's the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. And then we went into the presidency, where we have the presidential advisor on SDGs. And so we formed a technical committee that had the co-chairs of the chief director of the ministry and the presidential advisor on SDGs right there in the presidency. And I must say that this was very strategic in enabling us to go into the kind of multi-stakeholder engagements, the mobilization of the key stakeholders that would enable us put the pieces together to get the kind of roadmap that we needed for Ghana. And so I must say, in the selection of champions, we were very successful in that. The personalities occupying these offices at that time were very enthusiastic, and they were very alive to their responsibilities in getting us to do what we did. And I'm emphasizing personalities because quite often it all has to do with the attitude and the personality of the person occupying the office that is able to get things done. So that's the first big success that we had. The second has to do with the cultivation of allies, alliances, and partnerships within the country. And I would like to connect that with the efforts at stakeholder mobilization. When we started off with the situational analysis of the National Innovation System, which we had to do to be able to get the needs assessment done and to know exactly how we could design the roadmap to address the contextual problems, then we realized that we had to be able to get key ministries, the knowledge institutions, regulatory institutions, private sector organizations, civil societies, to come on board and work with us so we could do an effective formulation of the roadmap. And to do this, putting the weight of the champions behind us, we were able to bring them on board. And to that extent, we can say that these institutions, therefore, are in co-ownership of the documents that we have prepared. Ministry of Education, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Food and Agriculture, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, Association of Ghana Industries, and so on and so forth. We still are cultivating these alliances as we journey into the implementation of the roadmap. So that is the second success story I want to share with the meeting. The third one has to do with the challenge of addressing the funding gap. One of the key things we did in the preparation of the roadmap was to first prioritize 6 SDGs, 6 SDGs including ending hunger, good health and well-being, good water and sanitation. We had 6 of them. And for these, we extracted key targets that we should be achieving. Beyond that, we try to put costs to implementing the components coming with achieving these targets. And so in total, we came up with a figure of $19.62 million. Of course, this is a small amount of money. I know that if we should walk the corridors of power to match this office, we'll be able to have it. But it's becoming clearer to us that it's easier to put costs on paper than to mobilize the necessary partnerships to secure this level of funding. And so in sharing our experience in the STI4SDG roadmap, I would say that the efforts to mobilize funding has been a key challenge. And it is a challenge that we are still working with. I must give credit to UN DESA. They are working with us, they are pointing us in certain directions, and we hope that we'll be able to achieve the necessary funding levels to go into implementation. I've got a signal that I should be concluding. And in winding up, I would say that if we really want to get STI4SDGs to be the instruments of strategic change on our continent as far as STI is concerned, then we need to enhance the efforts to ensure that mobilization of resources take place and effective implementation of the roadmaps also take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. George, and thank you for your presentation, which highlighted the fact that Ghana is a STI4SDGs roadmap. You have mobilized or identified champions to move the process forward. You engaged in sectorial, multi-stakeholder to create sectorial co-ownership, and you also raised the issue of funding and the strategic approach to the implementation of the roadmap. Thank you very much for that. That is Ghana. Now, let's move to our third speaker, Dr. Solomon Belai. Doc, take the floor and introduce yourself and move on. We have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Solomon. I'm working for the Ethiopian Ministry of Education as CEO for Research Affairs. And I have been closely working with Addis Ababa Science and Technology University with my position as Associate Professor in Plant Biotechnology. And ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and guests, welcome to Addis. I'll try to briefly address the Ethiopian context in ACTI, its own experiences, case studies, lessons, challenges, and hence proposed or possible areas of collaborations. And I will be as brief as possible to stick on our theme, which is on strengthening innovation ecosystems through ACTI. Before I go to the case studies and champions, I would be happy to share you the Ethiopian experience in its genesis of designing and implementing science and technology policies. Ethiopia is one of the few African countries that has been designing and implementing science and technology policy via establishing a Science and Technology Commission since 1975. We had the first science and technology policy in 1994, and due to various review and recommendations, that science and technology policy was replaced and a new policy was issued in 2012, which includes innovation. And that 2012 Ethiopian Science Technology Innovation Policy had 12 priority areas. I won't mention them because of time. And it has been implemented for 10 years and through various national stakeholders, ministries, recommendations of critical areas, as well as because of our close engagement with the EU, AU, and United Nations STI4SDG roadmap consultative meetings. And also because of the strong recommendation from UNCTAD, Ethiopia being as one of the STI4SDG roadmap member next to Ghana and other countries, we came up with an idea that we need to also revise the 2012 STI policy. And now, as of last year, March 2022, we have issued a new STI policy, which we call it the 2022 Ethiopian STI policy. Now we are 1 year since it is implemented. And currently, we are designing the strategy, the detailed strategy for that new STI policy, which has been revised and implemented with the recommendation of UNCTAD and other international partners. And we know we are expected to create an enabling environment for proper implementation of this policy, and hence to smoothly implement the newly endorsed STI policy. Through our journey, STI4SDG roadmaps, we have learned a lot because we came up with various gaps and challenges as referred by the EU delegate during the keynote address, particularly in the implementation phase, and because of weak monitoring and evaluation regulations. And hence for that, we need, I think, although we have been a long tradition and experience of designing and implementing a CTI policy, we as a single country cannot address our national development agendas and align with its AU and UN development goals. So it's high time that we need to collaborate with South and North partners in properly implementing our new STI policy. And the key area of support that we would like to collaborate would be in proper designing and implementing of the strategy, which is currently going on and with little support from international partners and with a dedicated national technical members where I'm a member and few of my colleagues are also attending this meeting in this room. And we're trying our best to make sure that we align our national science and technology policy in line with the continental and regional agendas, as well as with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And hence we are looking for a strong information exchange among partners and knowledge sharing in STI4SDG among various countries, as we are not able to, I think, accomplish properly being as a single country, and it is with a time of partnership, we are heavily looking on that. And the particular areas of partnerships that we would like to establish include provision of capacity building programs in STI. And that I would like to emphasize that STI has been a topic and a slogan now and then in various AU, EU, and UN agenda. And experts, key professionals and practitioners have been closely engaged in this. And I would be happy also if it is becoming a high level agenda in the African Union, so that government or member states could consider STI as a key role of addressing national development agenda. And hence such type of meeting should also be cascaded to the higher level, and hence a focus shall be given in the national innovation ecosystem. We would also be happy to have a closer collaboration in scientific and technological cooperations in STI, and experience sharing for gaining best practices and solutions. Probably we would also be happy to hear, as it's so said, in Ghana and South Africa, they have a very good experience in implementing, designing, and monitoring STI policies. And we'll be keen to have also lessons learned from such a continental and other global partners who are champions in implementing and designing and properly addressing STI for SDG roadmaps. And For this, I have to say we have been benefited a lot with previous experiences, particularly the Guilin UN STI4SDG meeting held in China in 2019. That was very instrumental for designing our new STI policy, being me as an individual member and sharing the experience to my colleagues. And such type of, I think, capacity programs and networks or workshops would be very instrumental for proper implementation of our STI policy. And a little tale about the Ethiopian National Innovation Ecosystem, which is being chaired by the Ministry of Innovation and Technology in collaboration with other line ministries. We are now aggressively working towards drafting a proclamation in implementing a National Science, Technology and Innovation Council, and so as to make sure a proper research and development landscape in Ethiopia. I could say, and I have to be frank that we have a very poor research landscape, and there are several duplication of efforts among government ministries. And one way of tackling such type of duplications is through proper implementation of National Science, Technology and Innovation Council, and hence having a better implemented STI policy. And for that, we would be keen to collaborate with partners from North and South countries. Saying that, Ethiopia strongly welcomes its recent inclusion as one of the countries considered for partnership in STI4SDGs roadmap initiated by DESA. Capacity building and partnership expected from UNDESA and other partners would help us to properly implement and harness the recently issued STI policy, as well as strengthen networking cooperation among South and North global institutions. The technical support we expect from UNDESA and partners would help us to smoothly implement the newly endorsed STI policy, better design and implement the strategy, strengthen our ongoing reform in education and university industry linkage initiatives, and enhance information exchange and knowledge sharing in STI4SDGs among various countries, and ultimately to address our national innovation systems that has been implemented in the country as of now. Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. You have been right on time. Thank you very much for giving us the case study and perspective of the STI4SDGs roadmap for Ethiopia. And you have raised quite a number of issues in your presentation, including the need for STI capacity building, strategic partnerships, to support and to collaborate with Ethiopia in this new journey of trying to really redesign the landscape for STI in Ethiopia. You acknowledge that there is much more to be done to address the challenges the country is facing. And we look forward through the networks and interaction that you'll be able to strike some critical networks and collaborative initiatives that can actually help Ethiopia to learn from those that are successful. You mentioned South Africa, Ghana, and there are many more countries which can actually do that. And what is most important is also this issue of intra-Africa collaboration. SDGs should be global challenges that we tackle together. And there is really need for us to continue to work together and look for instruments and tools such as STIs to address this. Thank you very much for that. With that, let us move now to our keynote speaker, Professor Chakanetsa Mavunga. Kindly introduce yourself, where you are, and take 10 minutes to make your presentation maximum. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thanks, Amber. It's good to meet you again. We met some time back when we were talking about Africa's STISA. Now, I would like to simply add on to the question of partnerships and focus on roadmaps, perhaps attention to the roadmap for Diaspora Africa STI4SDGs engagement. Because sometimes we do not discuss enough the role of the diaspora. I'm thinking of 4 areas of partnerships. One is the diaspora university engagement in STI skills development. The second one is diaspora industry partnerships, focused on that diaspora that falls outside universities and inside universities. The third is the diaspora as individuals and the role they play in their communities through actions that may be related to kinship or family duties and so on and so forth. The final one is the diaspora national continental consideration, because sometimes we are so fixed on the national that we do not see the African continental free trade area as an important factor. Let me begin by talking about the diaspora university partnership. One of the major problems with diaspora, speaking as an academic in the US, is that these relationships tend to be to happen through the university, individual universities collaborating with one university or a faculty member who is interested in a research topic, establishing collaborations with one department or one community, without regard at all to the national imperative for development. So that's one point. The other, so the consequence is that we do not have a group approach to engagement with Africa. For example, if you take the Greater Boston area alone, there are over 200 universities and colleges. But there is no mechanism, at least until now, because that's what we are working on with colleagues, to perhaps outside a university, to coordinate approaches towards Africa. And I believe that this is a role that the diaspora can play because the communities in Boston, for example, in the Greater Boston area, they are in multiple fields of skills that are the ones that are important for Africa. Artificial intelligence, biotech, you name them. So I think there is need for a roadmap of how does each diaspora, not just in Greater Boston, but the entire world, because Africa needs to learn from everywhere. And I think the best way through which it could learn is through its citizens abroad. That's one side. It takes two to tango. Within Africa itself, these collaborations with diaspora tend to take place at an individuated university level. And so one of the things that we've been doing is to organize intra-Africa linkages that then interface with an equally organized diaspora community of skills. And we believe that these two could actually deliver on the important area of skills development in Africa. Now, the second relates to diaspora industry. It follows then that when you have a coordinated approach cutting across industries that goes outside any one institution, say in the United States, it becomes easier to then have a pool of skills within any one diaspora location to partner industries in Africa, say in acquiring the necessary skills, be it through consultancy, be it through internships, and so on. And to do so in a way that enables, for example, students that are learning in these universities, in these various universities, that are looking for internships or partnerships in Africa to do so. Third is the community level engagement. As you know, we Africans love home, and so we are always sending money. But sometimes the focus on remittances has become a distraction from recognizing the very important role the diaspora could play in their particular community as knowledge bridges. I don't like the word transfer, the knowledge bridges between where they are abroad and their home area. And that's very easy to do. Whether you are bringing a new cell phone home or you are bringing something else, that tends to be the vehicle through which you are able to transform your own community. And we have seen this with migrant labor to the gold mines in South Africa, for example. If you are Zimbabwean or Southern African, you know what I'm talking about. And the way that the landscape changed dramatically in the first 20, 30 years of the 20th century was because of this bridging role that the diaspora played. I think that we could learn from that historical fact to be able to create that roadmap. Final thing is I am worried about the national focus. At the same time as two headwinds are happening. The more recent is the enlargement of BRICS, which saw two, if I'm not mistaken, two African countries, Ethiopia and Egypt, join BRICS. The ramifications from an STI perspective need to be carefully mapped out as synergies across the Indian Ocean and across South-South. But I'm much more concerned with the African continental free trade area and the possibility of seeing benefits of linkage between BRICS membership and African continental free trade area. And while we digest the risks, because right now, most diaspora Africa engagements are national. So what happens when your country, when you don't go to your country for one reason or other? Personal security for many. It means that you don't contribute to Africa. What mechanisms must be put on paper as part of the roadmap to ensure that Africans can contribute across the continent without borders? I want to end with this, that there is linkage that's already happening. We have the Ethiopian diaspora, the Sudanese diaspora, the Eritrean diaspora, the Ghanaian diaspora. You can go back to Nkrumah making this clarion call that Africans should come and show that Africans can build a viable nation back in 1957. Now, which suggests something that sometimes, very often in fact, roadmaps don't come first. I don't think that Europe started by creating a roadmap before it industrialized, nor did the United States suddenly. Roadmaps are something that are designed to perfect a journey either that has been taken several times, took longer, or had more barriers, and now needs to be made shorter and more efficient, in my view. In Zimbabwe, we have a saying which says, the one who knows the path is the one who walks it. Which means not only that the map does not always come first, but that we need to see not only good policy, but walking the talk. Africa is famous, you could say notorious, for coming up with brilliant documents and very little action. If we were measured on the SDGs were measured on the basis of brilliant policy alone, Africa would be first. Where is the action? Now, I want to end on a very positive note, which is that a lot is happening on the continent, but it's happening in dispersal. It is not connected. It needs to be connected. And part of that connection of good practices should be part of this road mapping. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Prof. A round of applause to him. I think you have brought in some interesting dimensions in our discussion, which I would like to sum up as how do we harness the diaspora to be part of this great movement of STI for SDGs roadmaps. And your last ending note again reiterates the fact that implementation is key, and this is why we are here. How do we prepare the implementation of the roadmaps? How do we perfect them? How do we walk the talk? Thank you very much for that statement. And with that, let us now turn to our discussants to give us probably 4 minutes comments on the overall message that we have had before we open up to the audience. Here I have got Professor Sachin. Are you online, Prof? Oh, good. Thank you very much. And the UN DESA, who will intervene? Thank you very much. So let's start with Professor Sachin. You have 4 minutes, please. Our time is not on our side.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Moderator. Thanks, ITOSOC, for getting all of us together. And thanks to our presenters. I think absolutely fascinating presentations have come in. And there are a couple of points which I feel are important as we go forward in terms of consolidation of our understanding, and also bringing in the bridges, the partnerships, and also optimum utilization of time and resources. First point that I want to make is to acknowledge the point that George made in his presentation from Ghana. And I think the idea of selecting champions is something which is extremely important at the systemic level, where Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation, the Presidential Advisor for SDG, and the Technical Committee. So the point that Dr. Walter was making in terms of Kenya's role of leadership, here we are seeing a mechanism coming up, which is more institutionalizing the initiative. And this goes back to what we just heard from our keynote speaker, Professor Mawunga, in terms of identifying the knowledge bridges, and though he was using it in context of technology transfer, but I would see that knowledge bridge coming up through institutional efforts. And that's what message I am driving in terms of we going forward. That's my first point. Second, Mr. Moderator, I also want to re-emphasize the point, though all of us have been hearing this for a couple of years now, is in terms of distinction between MDG and SDG. So there is a very clear distinction of the intent and design of Millennium Development Goals and that of Sustainable Development Goals. And to me, the one most important, or rather two most important distinctions, one is that the MDGs focused on absolute goals, number of schools, number of hospitals, etc. In case of SDGs, we have moved beyond and we have moved from quantity to quality. And this is where greater coordination of agencies comes in. And that's where I feel Ghana's effort in terms of bringing in this institutional convergence would bring in that qualitative change that we want, both for nutrition, goal 2, health delivery, goal 3, water sanitation, goal 6, renewable energy, goal 7. You find a possibility of converging, and that's what I feel. The third point I want to make, being an economist, I feel how financing is coming in. Where is the money? And that's where I feel if interagency coordination can come in, and we heard from excellent presentation from Dr. Solomon in terms of Ethiopia's efforts, and he himself being biotechnologist knows interdisciplinarity that is needed. And I think Ethiopia has made some important headway by bringing in new science technology policy and connecting it with the SDG goals. I would suggest to also bring in finance in this as to how SDG financing is there. Today, there is no time for me to explain, but in India, we have tried to do through localization of development. And that's where local institutions, local resources, local SDG and local STI. And that dimension, I think, is important for us to go forward. Before I close, I want to also bring in the point that has been made in the initial inaugural session, but subsequently did not come up. Mr. Moderator, is about TFM, Technology Facilitation Mechanism. India is going to provide some of the technologies of Goal 2, Goal 3, Goal 6, and Goal 7 to our partner countries in the Global South. The reference by our keynote speaker on BRICS and on Indian Ocean has already been made, so I would have no time to get into that. But TFM would be important. And after that is the whole issue of bringing this in the VNRs that we are presenting. We have been suggesting it to the UN and where is here. In terms of VNR's framework, I feel it is important that UN should emphasize on STI4SDG. With Japan's G20 presidency, we have been pressing it. Fortunately, Indonesia and the Indian G20 presidency again has explicitly acknowledged role of STI4SDG. I was myself part of the group that an Indian G20 presidency could push for that. We have now global understanding on this, and I think we should go forward. I would stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those inputs around the speeches that or statement that have been already made. These are very succinct, and I think they are straight to the point, that which can actually form part of our recommendation, because they really gave the complete summary of some of the key issues that we need to pay more attention and go into detail in the implementation. Now, let me turn to you, DESA. Please, you've got 4 minutes. I will be left with only 5 minutes to engage the audience, which is slightly not what I wanted. Please take the floor.
I will be very brief, Mr. Chair. I really want to give credit to you to bring a new energy into the room to do the excellent moderation. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. First point on the key challenge we have facing, which is the fragmentation. I think those are the things previous colleagues has already emphasized. I like to use the words Professor Mahanga, MIT, used. He said, the ones who know the path are the ones who work on it. I think the ones who work on it are the ones starting from this room. The colleagues sitting the other side of the table from South Africa, the coalition lead, they are really the champions from the region. And also the colleagues sitting next to me, the African Union, right to me, the EU, I really feel empowered. My colleagues from this side, the ECA, DESA colleagues, we are actually at your hand. We want to add the value to unite, to bring the fragmentations together. This is the one value we want to have, to really see where we can play a role to accelerate this progress. Second point on the champion, I think the Professor Sachin mentioned about that, and also Dr. George Asambe. Yesterday, I had the chance to have a very brief exchange with a colleague from EU. Some ideas coming up, maybe we can talk later in the day. Really see if the coalition can help to highlighting some of the champions, for example, the champions in the youth, the champions in the diaspora, to really raise the reference points so that that can really leverage the efforts and the resources and the support. The third point is the program of work. I like to draw everyone's attention to the last session's concept note, partly because I'm co-authoring with my colleague Dr. Victor Conti for that concept note. This actually really draw your attention what we think we can deliver for the coalition. All the concept notes, 8 of them are on the website of the workshop. We're happy to share with you again. As well as we now received 11 background notes who has coming from 11 institutions. Concrete recommendations, in-depth suggestions, and a lot of thoughts. I haven't really absorbed all of them. Actually, I'm helping to just basically do very basic formatting and making sure they are available for everyone to read. I read some part of it. I really encourage you and myself also to take some time to go through some of them, to all of them. There's also a document in the room. So I will just stop here. I know I'm probably taking too much time, and thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Without summarizing much of what you have said, which is very straightforward, I would like to underline the word youth that you have brought in among the champions we need. As we prepare the roadmaps and move into implementation, it will be very important for us to give a dimension to the youth to be part of this story for continuity as well as energy in the implementation. Thank you very much. You have been told that you are in this room. You will walk the talk. You know the path. Thank you very much for reiterating that. Now, let us have a few reactions from the floor enriching this discussion. The floor is open. 5 minutes. Okay, Ghana.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 points. The very first one has to do with the role of the leadership in selecting the champions. And I think George actually made a point on that. We should also take into consideration the fact that STI is cross-cutting. And so the need for intersectorial coordination is very, very important. And at that leadership role, we need all the sectors to be represented so that we can see the clear cut of the cross-cutting nature of STI. I also want to reiterate the fact that the continuity spirit is very key because we, about 3 years ago, we started with the roadmaps and we are still talking about it. And some of us have even had the opportunity of getting projects to actually start with the implementation and partnership for action. And on that point, I would want to underscore the importance of UNESCO and also the CEDA project, which sought to strengthen the STI ecosystem. Quite a number of countries were involved. And in that, we actually tried to develop monitoring and evaluation system and bringing aboard the community level because STI is localized. We need to localize this concept. And lastly, I would want to say that for the VNR reporting, and I can see the National Development Commission here, it has to be aligned to our developmental agendas at all the levels, the national, the continental level, as well as speaking to the global issues as well. And so on that, when we are reporting on the SDGs, please, can we have some key performance indicators reported on science, technology, and how we are utilizing this to fast track the SDGs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker. Anyone wants the floor? Yes, sir.
Can you turn on the mic, please?
Come in. Okay, so sorry. No. I would like to speak in the context of Africa and continent that when we are looking at the innovation ecosystem and mapping of science, technology, and innovation across, we should be able to leverage on the institutions, mechanisms, platforms which have been created. And I would like to highlight, for example, the innovation, African Union, European Union Innovation Agenda, where we are, intensifying regarding, uplifting the champions of Africa from the regional economic blocks, but also innovation, agencies, centers of excellence, centers of specialization. So we should be able to, as we are mapping these, and that should be the team. It's called Team Africa. That can be, recycled for various, dimensions and degrees of freedom, whether it's coming from the UN, EU, and other, something like that. That's number one. Secondly, I wanted to highlight that the aspect of financing also requires, corroborated, institutions. I'm coming from, for example, for G77, it's been clearly indicated in Havana, Cuba, that those member states which do not have STI or are not able to move it, full throttle, they'll be excluded from the discussion of economy. So economies or economic discussions will be based on, the performance in terms of the STI, but also that STI will be the accelerator of the SDGs as we're seeing, but not only the accelerator of the SDGs, but also to rescue the SDGs. 30% of them already are stagnated. So these are, I think, important discussions. For the Africa Cluster, as I'm concluding, we would like to see the African Education, Science, Technology, Innovation Fund, where the African Development Bank would be, managing that, and member states in the African continent contributing and promoting that, be driven. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. There are very good points coming. I'll take the two last with your permission. So there'll be three in that case. I'll go to my mentor, Declan.
Dr. Marsh, thank you very much. No, just a brief observation as I listen to this very rich conversation. To my mind, we're looking at the road mapping process followed by an implementation process as a linear process. I don't think it is. I think we need to understand that we are faced with extremely dynamic challenges that require dynamic and immediate responses. So I'm just being rhetorical and asking if the community gathered here today could really try and understand what those responses can look like. Essentially, a road mapping process followed by an implementation is perfectly understandable, but I think there is an urgency and immediacy in responding to challenges, and I'm just wondering how that can then be addressed with reference to the road mapping process, perhaps with a perhaps slightly altered and new vision to bring together the responses necessary to address challenges. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that point to make the roadmaps more flexible and responsive. I'll take one here and last one there. Say go.
Can you hear me? Oh, can you hear me? Oh, okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sibusiso Sompama from the Permanent Mission in New York. Permanent Mission of South Africa, sorry, in New York. I'd just like to reiterate Professor Mavunga's point about the need for universities, African universities to collaborate, not only just African universities in Africa, but also African academics throughout the world. This point links up quite importantly, quite well, with an earlier issue that was raised by Minister Nzimande, South Africa's Minister of Higher Education, Science and Innovation, when he delivered the keynote address at this year's STI Forum in New York. One of the important issues he raised in his address was the need for an African research agenda. And so at this stage, this is a concept that is still in its infancy, but I think it would gain more traction through collaboration within the African diaspora. Thanks.
Thank you very much. A point well made on the diaspora again there. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. This is Richard Osebofa, the SD National Coordinator for Ghana. I've really enjoyed the presentation, particularly on the one on the diaspora presentation. And I think this is not the first time we'll be discussing more on the diaspora. Maybe going forward, we have to really sustain the discussion and how we can really bring the diaspora interest, because it's more of what they can give. What can we get from the diaspora? Less on what can the diaspora get, what is in it for the diaspora. So if you present it in a more of an investment opportunity to the diaspora, because whatever they are investing in the area of the SDGs and the STI has implication, and that is a form of investment, which brings returns to them. Then you are bringing them on board than the usual traditional means of trying to get something out of them, because they are rich out there and they must send us something. So the platform where they can engage us to ensure that there's that kind of benefit sharing will strengthen their interest, and we can sustain that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please allow me to come to an end of this. I would have loved all the speakers to react to what has been said, but for the interest of time, I would request all the speakers and the discussants to send me, the moderator, at least 2 big issues you think were the real objective of your presentation, so that we can start to look at how that can feed into the process going forward. So kindly please send that to me so that we can do that. Number 1. Number 2, would like to thank you, the high level, the global moderator, to have given us the opportunity with all my distinguished speakers and you, the audience, for reacting and really looking at how we can strengthen innovation ecosystems on the continent. It has been really a pleasure to chair this session with you. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you so much. One of the best decisions made by the secretary is choose you as a moderator. Thank you, moderator. Coffee is ready. We ask ECA colleague to make also announcement regarding to the group photo. Regarding the question on diaspora, I'm sure Professor Mahanga will be here in the room soon. So there will be more chance to have a more engaged discussion on that. I'd like to ask Victor to make an announcement on the group photo. Please, Victor.
We can go out for coffee. Then we will have other staircase. For those who are here yesterday, you know exactly where we're going to take a photo, right? So we go there and take a group photo, a family photo, as we call it. I think now. So we can have a photo, then we can enjoy our coffee.
So I suggest, if I may, for the next session, supposed to start at 11, but given that the last coffee session was not available, and we do need a coffee break, so maybe we can have a coming back at 11:30. That's okay, and then we next session start at 11:30. And end at 2 o'clock. Sorry, at 1 o'clock. So we come back at 11:30, please.
Hello, everybody. If you could take up your positions, we are about to begin with our second round table. Everybody, you're very welcome back. Mashaleni has left me big shoes to follow. Mario, do you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, loud and clear. We'll be with you in a couple of moments. You're very welcome, everybody. If it is okay with the chairman, I will begin. I think that's a yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everybody, or indeed afternoon, wherever you might be joining us. I'm delighted to be here. We now begin the second round table, strengthening innovation ecosystems through mapping. I beg your pardon, that's number one. I'm blaming that on jet lag, everybody. Funding the institutional mechanisms for promoting mission-oriented technology deployment to solve specific problems. I mean, that's a very, very comprehensive challenge. So I'm hoping we can at least frame the questions, if not come up with the answers. And of course, I am conscious that I'm standing between you and lunch. So let's see, we have an hour and a half timetable. So I think there'll be a little bit of playing it by ear. But obviously happy to be here. So some of the guiding questions, I suppose you can read them there for yourselves, but I suppose really I would summarize those by maybe picking up on the point I made earlier on in terms of linear approaches to multifaceted problems. I think that has imbued our discussions to date. I'm also reminded of I'm just looking forward here quickly so I might get it right. Everything Everywhere All at Once is a recent movie. I haven't seen it. I can't even tell you what it's about, but it has been quoted a lot. The title of the movie has been quoted a lot. So I'm quoting it again here today because we're looking at finance, we're looking at funding in this round table, but of course, many things are contingent and are linked. And I suppose one of the points I'd like to highlight is the need for alignment. I think it's terribly obvious, but we need more alignment. What does that look like? Essentially, it looks like policy alignment, because if we're looking for what is finance, and I think the default mechanism here that we're talking about is government funding, exchequer funding. But I think we need to broaden that discussion out to realize, I mean, there are other sources of funding, and the obvious ones would be philanthropic funding, and of course the private sector funding. And then I'd extend that possibly also into the area of what I call development finance. And we've heard allusions today to the various development agendas. But as a broad point, I mean, I see development finance, I see development funding, I see development programs, and
We know that the priorities there, wherever that development agenda emanates from, whether it's the European Union or US aid in the United States or many national programs, it tends to boil down to number one, health, number two, food security and agriculture, and number three, skills and education, broadly speaking. So that my point in that is that in my view, there isn't nearly sufficient recognition of the contribution of science and technology to achieving those development goals. And that linkage essentially is a lack, in my view, of comprehensive policy making. That's what I mean by alignment, and I mean alignment also by countries. Because if we're looking for, so again, for the sake of starting this conversation, if we're looking for improving or increasing access to funding, government funding, of course, any government funding is the basis of a piece of legislation in some form or another. So then I think we need to take the high road and then see, well, how then do we input to, how then do we enable a discussion, how then do we inform better the policy making process? Now, we're not going to solve this morning or indeed in a couple of days, but I just want to highlight the need for an approach which is multifaceted, but does necessitate a much stronger policy alignment. And I think if that happens, then it increases the availability of public sector funding, and I'd also argue the optimization of that funding. And then that allows us to talk about another level of alignment and funding and alignment between the public sector and the philanthropic and private sector. And I think this is a very immature area. I think it's an area with enormous scope and possibility for greater alignment and indeed funding. And I'd be particularly conscious of the fact that, when we talk about the skills agenda, when we talk about enabling capacity, a lot of that is going to be delivered in part through collaboration with industry. So I'd like to see how we could bind those relationships closer together to see how funding could be leveraged. And I think one of the key words here also, and we come to our keynote now in one moment, is relevant policy instruments. So what do they look like? And again, we live in a complicated world, and if anything, we've heard Dr. Mashaleni speaking about evidence-based policy making, and I think this is very important, and I'm very committed to evidence-based policy making. However, I think if we look at the policymaking environment and we look at many nations across the globe, we are seeing that democracy and policymaking is becoming increasingly challenged for many different reasons, becoming much more complicated. So if we want science to be a greater part of this agenda, we have to be able to advance narratives that are multifaceted and deliver or show how delivery can be made in terms of what policymakers want to achieve. And of course, principally, let's talk about agendaizing in terms of the SDGs. And I think also, while the SDGs provide a hugely elegant narrative on how we can approach grand challenges, I think also we need to be able to look at that in a very constructive way. And I'm delighted that the United Nations has scheduled a Summit of the Future taking place next year. And I think this might give pause for thought to this community here to see, what does that future look like? I now will go to our first speaker. I'm delighted to welcome Dr. Mario Cervantes, who is a senior economist at the OECD in Paris. Mario, you're very welcome. The screen is yours.
Yes. Thank you, Declan. I'd like to also express my gratitude to you and DESA and the African Union Commission for inviting me to this roundtable. I would just like to start off with a few remarks on the OECD. The OECD has now entered into a new OECD partnership with Africa. The African Commissioner for Science and Technology was recently in Paris, and we had very important progress on aligning OECD's cooperation with Africa. So, and we're going to have a ministerial meeting in April 23-25, April 2024 next year. And the OECD Council has asked us to invite the African Union to the ministerial. Of course, many of the members in the room, South Africa, India, China, are in the Committee for Science and Technology, so they will also be invited to this ministerial meeting. But it's a chance to show that the OECD is opening up beyond its traditional members to engage more broadly with different parts of the world, because the SDGs is a global challenge. And that brings me then to my main points here today. Declan mentioned the issues of alignment, and I think these are crucial, not so much because of, in a way to, it's not going to be an easy task, but it's one where there's opportunities. The climate challenge is one of risk, and it's also one of opportunity. So I think alignment is a way to steer, aligning funding, the global funds, is a way to steer the funds towards the opportunities. So more concretely, it means, for example, aligning the global flows in finance towards climate resilience and moving away from activities that increase climate risk. So I think that's already one major source of progress there. The OECD estimates that the infrastructure globally infrastructure investment accounts for 2.7 trillion per year. And if this infrastructure investment could be aligned with green, with climate, with goals, the infrastructures we're building in our cities, in our roads, in our networks, our IT networks, our airport networks, all of these should be aligned with climate resilience. I think that's already one major one. Another way of aligning is also through blended finance. Now, I know that many of you know that the blended finance, OECD has been promoting principles for blended finance and capacity building, and with the DAC, the OECD Development Assistance Committee, to align funding from philanthropies, from the MDBs, the multilateral development banks, around STI projects. And within that, I think you have to think that it's about balancing risk and return. Alignment is also that. It's also balancing the risk. There are different partners involved that we're working together. Many of the speakers before me mentioned cross-government cooperation, crowding in private funding, but these are different profiles, different actors that have their own risk and return. So aligning those expectations will be very important. And then designing the instruments. In STI finance, we're used to the government funding the public research or providing tax incentives. But to crowd in private funding, you have to understand that the different actors have a different level of risk tolerance. So designing instruments, not just the debt credit instruments, but guarantees as a way to mitigate some of the risk to crowd in this financing. I think that's another lesson from our work on blended finance. And one of the challenges, of course, is someone mentioned before the siloed communities. I think it was Professor Mavunga who mentioned the issue of silos. And I think this is one of the challenges, the silo between the STI community that's focused on knowledge and investment, and the ODA community, which is focused on priority, poverty reduction, infrastructure, and then the finance community, which has its own return on investment profiles depending on the actors. So I think this is also, these different communities have to come together. We've been trying to, at the OECD, to engage more, and this is very much welcome the support from UN DESA and the European Commission to engage more on science and development. And I think this is one important area of breaking down these silos between our different communities. At the OECD, we have important discussions on transitions, on emerging technologies, the governance of these, but we need to also link this with the broader community. So we have a global relations strategy, which is aimed to reach out to the partners. But coming back to the issue of alignment, I think when the expansion of these new, of the BRICS, for example, is another chance to bring in, to align the investment that the BRICS infrastructure program will bring with the STI goals and with the climate goals. So there, I think there's lots to do. So there's a lot of opportunity, lots to do to move forward. Blended finance is a good tool, but we have to break down the silos. And I think with that, I think we can have some issues for discussion for the panel, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mario. And silo breaking is a wonderful takeaway from your intervention. I'll probably not comment too much on the interventions in the interest of time. So now I'd like to go to our first speaker, Mrs. Mampe Chaba. She is the Chief Director, Multilateral Cooperation and Africa at the Department of Science and Innovation in South Africa. Mampe, the screen and microphone are yours.
Thank you very much, Declan, and thank you very much to our keynote speaker, Mario, from the OECD. And of course, I'd like to agree with the comments made by Mario that we have to be innovative in looking for financing to support the SDGs. I'd like to start by asking a question. By show of hands, can I just get a sense of who is from local government in the room today? Zero. Yeah, just as I thought. So before I come to my comments, Declan gave us 100 questions. I just picked 5. No, I'm joking. He gave us 15, but I just picked up 5 questions that I will respond to this morning. And then the first one is on who needs to receive funding in order to facilitate tech transfer for sustainable development goals. And I think it should be local government. Technologies should be transferred to those that need them. Local and regional governments have a role to play in attaining SDGs. 65% of the SDGs are targeted and linked to local government mandates. As the spheres of government that are closest to service delivery, closest to communities, they deal on a day-to-day with crises at the local government, whether it be natural disasters, energy, water, homelessness, education. They are at the forefront of dealing with communities. So therefore, it's necessary that in our funding mechanisms, we look at how we can stream financing directly to local governments. And I urge funders in the room that we start looking at how we direct financing directly to local governments. We also often talk about a quadruple helix, but never in the context of tech transfer. It's often to universities, but not to communities, not to local businesses or local governments. We don't talk about the youth, the innovators and entrepreneurs who are best placed to deploy these technologies and adapt them for local use. So I think we also, in our financing mechanisms, we have to think about how we bring those excluded sectors of the communities in our financing mechanisms. The second question was on impediments blocking developing countries from benefiting from STI. I think there are a couple, and they're also presenting opportunities. We started talking about open science, something initiative led by UNESCO. But this goes hand in hand with trust. And in a lot of the, especially research, there's lack of trust. And that's where also deployment, tech transfer and tech diffusion can also happen. So we need to start looking at how through our bilateral and regional partnerships, we can share information more openly to ensure that we all benefit equally. That question was on how can we strengthen the linkages and enhance synergies between the UN STI4SDGs activities and relevant funding entities. Some of the speakers earlier today spoke about the EU-Africa Innovation Agenda, and I just want to re-emphasize the importance of that agenda, which was drafted by EU and African members on an equal footing, really looking at the bottom-up approach, what the continent needs in to support SDGs through innovation. So the EU-Africa Innovation Agenda aims to transform and increase innovative capacities and achievements of EU and African researchers and innovators into tangible outputs such as products, services, businesses, and jobs. And this presents the mainstay of cooperation on STI between Africa and EU for the next decade. So I urge that those that are not aware, are not involved, that you look it up and get involved on how you can support and benefit from the EU-Africa Innovation Agenda. I'd also like to talk about the Coalition on STI for Africa's Development. I know there's a session tomorrow afternoon which will address this in a bit more detail. But as one of the founding members of the coalition, South Africa strongly stands firmly behind this coalition. It aims on drawing on African leadership and partnerships with the international community that are needed to build a robust research, development, and innovation ecosystem to enable attainment of the SDGs. So that's another opportunity that we can build on to support attainment of the SDGs. Then there was a question on ensuring participatory approaches, including member states and other stakeholders in the process of setting up voluntary funds for STI. I'd just like to draw attention to two funding initiatives that were established in the last 5 years or so, which are Africa-based mainly, or Africa-driven, of course, with the support of international partners. The Science Grant Council Initiative is a multilateral initiative established in 2015 in partnership with a number of international partners. But to note is that it includes 17 public science funding agencies in Sub-Sahara, which all contribute to funding research that addresses sustainable development in the continent. Some of these achievements from the SGCI, they've established 10 research chairs in the last 5 years in 10 countries, and these are aimed at, it's through a competitive two-stage process that allows research to be funded by Africans, supported, yes, by multilateral bodies, but led and directed by African funding agencies. They also have been able to respond quickly to the COVID-19 pandemic through the COVID-19 Africa Rapid Fund Grant, which has raised $4 million US in a space of a year, have administered 74 projects which support research, science engagements, including science and health journalists and communicators that have benefited from this initiative to support science communication, but to also to allow science advisors to respond to the COVID crisis. The second initiative is the Southern African Innovation Support Program, originally funded by the Finnish government, supporting 5 countries in SADC, but now fully supported and funded by the 5 countries in SADC, Tanzania, Zambia, Botswana, Namibia, and South Africa, and continues to flourish. SAIS, in the 5 years of its second phase, has funded 89 organizations, 26 innovation support models, 211 training programs, 68 mentors, 1,313 beneficiaries, and has rolled out 64 market-based innovative solutions within 4 years. So those are some of the funding instruments from the continent that can be supported to allow for the attainment of the SDGs. And the last question that I'd like to address is, what will success or failure look like in future? I think once we start openly sharing and allowing easy access to technologies without conditionalities, that for me would be the measure of success. Once we start seeing deployment of technologies at a local level, once we also get to see more public-private partnerships and accountability by governments, both at local and federal level, but also increased funding options for innovation, that for me would measure, would define what success looks like. I cannot end without talking about the diaspora, which emphasizes the point made by Professor Mavunga earlier. We need to tap into the diaspora. South Africa will be hosting what we call a Southern African Regional Consultation in preparation for the 9th Pan-African Congress in December, 4th to 5th December, on the margins of the South African Science Forum, which will have a very strong focus on the diaspora. We'll also look at the youth and look at the role of science, tech, and innovation in supporting sustainable development. So I urge you all to look it up or get in touch. Thanks, Declan.
Thank you so much, Mampe, for those wonderful contributions. Definitely a huge contribution to silo breaking. And again, just by way of helping us to think in the round, there was a reference by you and others to open data, open science, and my immediate reaction to those statements is, well, the data isn't open in many cases, and the point here is that we can't talk about science without talking about data. We can't talk about promoting and implementing science without talking about data, in particular access to data and use of data. And my point here is that the European Union is advancing an artificial intelligence act regulation. And again, without looking at these things in terms of good or bad, this is going to have profound impacts on how data is used and shared globally. And again, it's a much, much longer discussion, but I really would like to encourage the community represented here today to advance their thinking and position on AI and data protection regulations, including initiating their own contributions. So thank you very much, Mampe, really, really thoughtful. Our next speaker is Dr. Takito Higuchi. He is the Deputy Director at the Paris office of the Japan Science and Technology Agency. Dr. Higuchi, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can you hear my voice? It's okay?
Loud and clear.
Thank you very much. Thank you for introduction. And ladies and gentlemen and excellencies, it is a great honor for me to be here. I'm Takehito Higuchi, Deputy Director, Paris office of Japan Science and Technology Agency, JST. And thank you for organizer for arrangement for this great workshop. And today I'd like to explain our activities for STI4SDGs. In Japan Science and Technology Agency, JST is a public funder in Japan, and we support and promote research activities that bring innovative value to society through mission-oriented funding programs. And we are collaborating with Global South to carry out various activities that contribute to STI4SDGs. And there are three main programs: SATRIPS, EASIA, and Asia Core. And today I'd like to introduce two programs related to Africa, SATRIPS and Asia Core. And SATRIPS aims to solve global issues and implement research output in society in cooperation with JICA. It supports joint research by researchers from Japan and developing countries through ODA and science and technology cooperation. It aims to solve global issues such as the environment, energy, bioresource, disaster prevention, mitigation, and implement research outputs in society. Researchers from Japan and developing countries set research topics reflecting local needs, while using ODA to introduce equipment necessary to solve issues and dispatch accepted researchers. It is contributing to the acquisition of new knowledge and technology through joint research and development of research personnel. Since its inception in 2008, it has received high praise as a pioneer in collaboration between science and technology and ODA. 174 projects have received support, and 14 projects with African countries. And Asia Core was officially announced at TICAT 7 in 2019. This program is led by JST and NRF in South Africa. Through joint research with researchers from Japan and South Africa and countries in Sub-Saharan region, the aim is to obtain research outputs that will contributing to resolution of common issues in Sub-Saharan Africa. And following this, I'd like to introduce specific examples. In SATRIPS, JST has supported a joint research project between Japan and Madagascar. The aim of this project is rice production with limited soil nutrients and increasing yield under harsh conditions. The researchers have developed and registered a rice variety that achieve high yields even in nutrient-poor environments. It was provided to a private seed company, and the cultivation area is expected to reach up to 1,000 hectares by 2024. In a joint research between Japan and Zambia, Researchers work to elucidate the mechanism of lead contamination in Zambia and develop risk assessment methods and prevent and recovery technologies. They measured blood lead level in 1,190 people living in lead-contaminated areas and identified those in need of urgent treatment. In Asia Core, JST supported a joint research project, Food and Livelihood Resilience from Neglected and Underutilized Plant Species in Western Africa between researchers from Japan, South Africa, Burkina Faso, and Senegal. This project contributes to local needs and social impact. Following this, I'd like to introduce our pilot call in STAND framework. In addition to JST, various initiatives are being implemented by major public funders around the world. However, these initiatives can sometimes overlap and should be optimized based on mutual understanding between public funders and researchers. They are becoming increasingly aware of this issue, and it was discussed at Global Forum of Funders held in Washington in 2019. Therefore, JST, UKLI, and Dawson Philippines.
Time, please.
Okay, so finish as soon as possible. Held a pilot call in 2019 under the STAND framework. STAND attempts to harmonize development research efforts, which were previously carried out separately by different funders. The intention with this pilot call was to encourage projects to come together to create synergies, develop new collaboration, and increase the impact of outputs from previous funding. In this call, proposals should connect currently or recently active projects focused on Southeast Asia, funded under program of JST and UKLI. And finally, funders around the world are engaged in various types of cooperation with Africa, and it is necessary to accelerate effort and develop synergies. JST will actively promote such activities and work together in European and African counterparts and cooperate on roadmap. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Aguchi. That was extremely informative. Lots of takeaways that we can use to advance the discussion and indeed look at what potentially can be the source of multilateral funding. Thank you much. Thank you so much indeed. I'd now like to turn to Dr. Manuela Retanz at the German Aerospace Institute Project Management Agency. Dr. Manuela, do you hear me? We don't hear you. At least I don't. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
No. Yes, lovely, loud and clear. You're very welcome. The screen is yours.
Thank you so much for your introduction and inviting me to this important workshop. I would like to address some of your guiding questions based on my experiences from one of the funding initiatives we coordinate for the German Federal Ministry of Education and Research. It is a research implementation, capacity building, networking, and research uptake initiative called RISA, for Research Networks for Health Innovations in Sub-Saharan Africa, which mainly addresses SDG 3, health, but also other SDGs. Networks have been funded since 2016, and right now partners at exactly 50 institutions are funded across Sub-Saharan Africa and Germany. Please bear in mind that we manage funds and coordinate projects mostly for the German government, which is not as flexible when it comes to financing as private funders, of course. But besides funding itself, I would like to stress that we have to establish research projects in a smart way. Many inequalities can be addressed by how we set up funding calls, what we identify as mandatory tasks for researchers to make sure that what we finance will yield the desired outcomes. And this addresses, for example, transfer of technology to LMIC, but also mitigating impediments such as missing capacity, inadequate infrastructure, and limited access to data and knowledge, which should be high on our agenda, of course. Funders have the responsibility to be ambitious, I believe, goal-driven and demanding when setting up funding calls, while still being realistic about what can be achieved in which time frame. But financing, research implementation, and uptake should be part of most, if not all, research initiatives if we want to, if we want to achieve the SDG. And besides financing STI, funders, no matter where they are located, should plan with African partners holistically, and many are doing this already, of course, and should fund research not only by itself, but also what is necessary to guarantee African leadership, to make sure we will address local needs and African ownership of materials, data, and technologies. Mandatory research and administrative capacity building to further empowerment is another crucial topic, as well as mandatory policy engagement work packages, enabling meetings between important actors, and we have heard this several times so far already, so that research results will be brought into policy and practice, benefit the people, and contribute to achieving the SDGs. And Dr. Cervantes mentioned silos. We should support building local research communities, scientists, and in our case, medical doctors and healthcare workers, industry and policy, because building relationships between these actors will achieve more. We have included such activities in our RISA calls, and we start seeing that it works if some tasks are mandatory, specifically the implementation and policy engagement. For our RISA conference in Cape Town a few months ago, and Dr. Solomon Benor, who has been speaking in Roundtable 1, has been there, I believe. We had invited our networks, researchers, and government representatives of the 18 sub-Saharan partner countries and additional stakeholders to discuss research uptake of the network's results from past projects, and to inform on the alignment of the network's future research with local science strategies, which is important. And the discussions were very active, with appreciation of both the policymakers and researchers to have this meeting opportunity. So we learned once again that bringing together the various stakeholders remains crucial to further the understanding of the realities that all actors deal with, so that alignment becomes easier and synergies can be found. And I have a little more than 1 minute. So in terms of funds, of course, we need more, but funds will be limited. And for our countries, it's very difficult to contribute to common pots, for example, although having a fund for STI for the African continent would be highly valuable. But stressing and understanding high need and consequences of not doing enough will certainly help funders decide what and where to fund, which brings me to what may be helpful to incorporate into STI roadmaps. From the perspective of a funder, such roadmaps should be understood as a valuable resource for important investment decisions, of course. So identify priority sectors, technologies, and potential partners. Also include assessments of barriers and list prioritized actions to address them. Define funding needs and types. Inform on the value proposition and emphasize the potential impact on the SDGs, which would be important for all funders, I believe. And the last point, build on progress, recognize successful initiatives, and present examples with guidance potential, including positive outputs and outcomes if possible, so funders know what to expect. These are the points I wanted to raise. I have addressed your specific guiding questions in the written input, and I will stop here and thank the organizers again so much for having me.
Thank you very much, Manuela. Very, very insightful, and I like in part your focus on the researchers in our discussions here today and tomorrow. Let us not forget the scientists. They produce these wonderful outcomes, and we have to enable them, and that's where the money eventually goes. And I think this is worth really highlighting. And also, as Manuela made a very, very important point about in fact, multilateral funding instruments are hard to come by, and this poses or begs the question: well, what are the legal instruments to support international/global science and innovation? And arguably, and I'm happy to be corrected, and so I don't think there are any. I don't think any exist. I think there's lots of agencies and organizations that go to conferences about international this and global that, and they say we need more of this, and but where is the instrument? And that's the first line of our questions today. Now, if anyone can produce for me an instrument, I'd love to learn of it, but I'm arguing there aren't any. And until we have these instruments that do what instruments are supposed to do, in this case, deliver funding to the researchers, well, then we're probably going to be having this conversation in another decade or 100 years. And that's probably not respecting the exhortation of our chairman to address change today. That is not change, that is status quo, and it's certainly not inclusive. So Manuela, thank you for your valuable thoughts, and we look forward to continuing this conversation in our report and future dialogue. So thank you so much. I'd now like to turn to Dr. Robert Ridley. He's the Vice Chancellor at UNICAF University, former Director of TDR, WHO in Geneva, and now, I believe, a current resident of Malawi. Dr. Ridley, you are very welcome. The screen is yours.
Thank you, Declan. And I consider myself a scientist, or at least a former scientist, so hopefully I can bring that perspective to the discussion. I have a background in both academic and industrial research and development. We're all aware in this room that STI is critical for economic development. But if we look historically at how that has manifested itself, for example, in Japan, South Korea, Singapore, it takes several decades for that process to materialize. And if we're talking about African countries and having STI implementation for development, again, we're talking about several decades at least before we realize development from STI. So with that in mind, I think we should consider the STI4SDGs national roadmaps and their implementation not to be seen solely as a 2030 objective, but as a vehicle for long-term continental socioeconomic development, aligned to Agenda 2063, the STI strategy for Africa, and other regional and national STI policies and strategies. With this in mind, these are my responses to the 6 questions that Declan gave us to respond to. The first is on how to finance and facilitate the transfer of environmentally sound technologies to developing countries. The critical issue here, I think, is before determining who should transfer what to whom, countries need to determine what technologies they require to meet their national development, such as through the roadmaps, and also critically, what their national training and education needs are so that they can sustain that implementation of those technologies. So in that respect, I would propose that all financing for the transfer of technology should incorporate finance for long-term training and capacity building so that technology transfer is sustainable. Continentally, we should prioritize financing for the establishment of the African Education STI Fund, which is an integral part of DESA and which would enhance STI4SDG capability. And this could become one of these international financing mechanisms that Declan said do not yet exist. On the impediments to benefiting from STI, I believe the biggest impediment blocking sustainable access to technology is a lack of trained expertise to utilize and apply the technologies in Africa. This lack of expertise also limits African capacity to negotiate tech transfer and business deals and development deals. We need to finance more postgraduate and postdoctoral research and training in key scientific areas within African universities. This is how expertise in advanced technologies can be generated within Africa. Developed countries average around 2% of their population with doctoral degrees. In Africa, it's close to 0%. We need to build on the entrepreneurial university model discussed here with UNECA over the last few days. We need more engineers and technicians provided with training and work experience in applying the latest technologies. We need to move away from the reliance of foreign managers and technicians being imported for infrastructure projects, whether that's IT, energy, road, rail, or air transport. I propose that 5% of any infrastructure project should be allocated to training for the future sustainability of localized technology management. On funding mechanisms, different stages of the innovation pathway require different funding mechanisms. Early R&D may require grants. Business and enterprise development may require loans and equity investment. The type of partner, whether public, philanthropic, or private, will depend on the type of financing needed.
Countries should have dedicated secretariats for coherent and continuous STI policy monitoring, review and management. And I think this links to what Declan was saying earlier about seeing it as something as sequential. If you have a permanent secretariat, they can react and policy can evolve as we move along. Financing for individual innovation projects needs to be competitive, and those managing portfolios should be prepared to kill failing projects. White space or undesignated funds should be reserved for emerging new ideas and opportunities, and this is key to Singapore's STI strategy and policy. With respect to bringing multiple funders together, I think this should focus on large flagship efforts such as the Education STI Fund. I think most finance will continue to be directed to specific sectoral programs and through specific agency country relationships. An area that needs strengthening is to link African private sector partners and investors into innovation pathways and to promote business expenditure on R&D. Business expenditure on R&D is key to long-term sustainability. In developed countries, ideally, at least 50% of national R&D expenditure is carried out as business R&D, not public sector R&D. On synergizing between the UN STI4SDGs and funding entities, there needs to be strong communication and strategy development between all UN and partner funding entities with the RECs and countries. And on participatory financing processes, I think we can prioritize the African ESTI Fund. And more generally, it's important that African governments and African financiers and businesses engage in financing of innovation to give credibility so that international partners can also engage in financing innovation. On timelines and indicators for success, just give me 1 minute, Declan. The African STI Fund is a strategic priority and could be implemented rapidly if finance was available. More generally, timelines and success will vary for different countries. We should realize there's a huge disparity in innovation capacity across Africa. Some countries can't even measure innovation. So we have to recognize that African is not a one-pot solution. You've got a variety of different capacities on the continent. And in terms of what the success would look like, I think we've got a range of indicators that we could read out. We need budgeted STI policies. We need increased African-based and African-driven research, innovation, scientific publications and patents. We need new African businesses and social enterprises. We need African products. We need a net increase in youth employment. And success would also be seen, I think, as access to renewable energy and limited power outages, and ultimately well-managed urban and rural environments. In other words, sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robert. Very, very insightful. Thank you, and thank you indeed. And as you speak, just you make me reflect on just 2 points, and not to digress too much, but I often reflect on the fact that we never hear much discussion about Article 66.2 of the TRIPS agreement, which you will know, or if you didn't, you're going to find out now, which instructs developed country members to incentivize domestic enterprises and institutions for the purpose of promoting and encouraging technology transfer to least developed country members. And I just like to have that as a footnote to this meeting. I think that needs reflection. It's a hugely important instrument, but it's never spoken about. And that is a mechanism available today. So why aren't we using that? And I think it has a huge value. In a similar vein, and again, happy to be corrected on the numbers here, but I believe that the European Patent Office produces figures for the global patent grants, and you have 5 patent offices. You got the Japan, China, you have USA, Europe, and Korea, and they maintain data on 100 million patents. Approximately 5% of those patents go off patent every year. Where is that vast resource of knowledge and know-how, not just in the technical knowledge, but in the partners and communities that promote that technology? So just a slight digression, but I feel, as I said, everything all the time, that we need to be looking at things comprehensively. Thank you much. Thank you so much, Robert. I'd now like to go to our discussants. Our first, delighted to welcome Dr. Laurent Bouchereau, who's already spoken today. He's been introduced, but I suppose my take on Laurent is probably one of the most qualified individuals in the room to talk about international science. I mean, he's been doing it for everywhere, or many places in many different capacities, and I think his wisdom is hugely welcome here. Laurent, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Declan, for these kind words. It's quite a challenge to be the first discussant because there has been so many rich contributions so far. But if I may, I would pick up on three keywords, which I think are important. First one, alignment. Second one, sustainability. And the third one, delivery. You started by focusing on alignment. It probably means different things for different people here, but for us in the EU, it means aligning our policy and funding instruments and also our capacity. The fact that the Joint Research Center is here, they provide methodological assistance, which is very useful here. But alignment is also when we cooperate with Africa. Dr. Shaba mentioned earlier the African Union, European Union Innovation Agenda. For us, it's a framework to align a number of initiatives that are ongoing and to also trigger new initiatives for the future. And alignment means also aligning what we do at EU level, but also at member state level. We heard from DLR what Germany is doing. There are a lot of things going on from individual member states in the EU, but also African member states. And the goal is to try to bring it together. And we are doing it in large, what we call public-public partnerships in many areas which are relevant to the SDGs. And maybe the oldest experience we have is in the field of infectious disease and clinical trial, where for 20 years we have established a so-called EDCTP, which is about tackling infectious disease in sub-Saharan Africa. And we have had 20 years. There will be a big forum in Paris in November, where already 700 people have registered to celebrate the achievement, but also the new phase that we are starting now with another 1.6 billion euro, which is invested at EU level, but also 28 African member states are pulling some funding, and we are also able to leverage funding from the pharmaceutical industry, but also philanthropy, like the Gates Foundation is also on board. So with this, I think I try to focus on the importance of alignment in order to gain critical mass and achieve great results. Second one is sustainability. And I would like to rebound on what Dr. Ridley just said about the importance of establishing long-term secretariat, STI secretariat. So when you develop your roadmap, it's not a sequential process, but it's a continuous process where you try to feed into the definition from what you learn from the implementation. So it's constantly interconnected, and you always need to involve the Ministry of Finance in those groups to make sure that the funding follows. So, and I would also mention this idea of developing an African Education, Science, Technology, Innovation Fund, as we have been doing in the EU by developing the so-called framework program over the years, developing this capacity within Europe, but now within Africa to do things on your own and own those results. And the last important keyword for me is delivery, because we talk a lot about the planning, but what's important is also to deliver, to show tangible results. And we heard today already many times the word champions. I think that's an important thing to raise the visibility and awareness of the broader community, and to use the terms of reference that were circulated on this coalition. I would focus or propose that we think of identifying champions in all these areas, like diaspora, you mentioned, youth innovators or innovative companies, local communities who have been very efficient in addressing Sustainable Development Goals. And also, again, from the last presentation, trainers, because you need to build the local skills. So people who have been in universities very effective at training a new generation of actors who will be key for achieving the SDGs. Over to you, Declan.
Thank you so much, Laurent, for those insights. And as I said, you know, your insights are born of a tremendous experience. Maybe just one question. Maybe it's rhetorical. I don't know. But what is the scope for the European Union and the UN? And maybe this happens already in some ways, but coming together to align priorities and jointly fund, you know, specific measures and activities. And I would just feel there's plenty of scope for that. And I'm not really asking that question from a technical or contractual standpoint. I'm addressing it from the perspective that the European Union is highly committed to the SDGs. We have in the room here, you know, leadership from the UN on the STI initiative for Africa. And, you know, is there scope focusing on that, you know, with reference to all the discussion, to do something change making, creative and enabling? And the rider to that question is that we've heard reference to the importance of champions and competitiveness. But one thing I learned at the Science Summit we had around is that, you know, competitiveness to many people can be quite exclusive. Yeah, it can be confrontational. It can exclude. I'm not saying it always does, but I'm just wondering, how do we synchronize those disparate thoughts in a global sense? Because also, again, coming back to my point about regulation, we're essentially seeing, and again, this is just a general statement, you know, many initiatives in the science area are led in various ways, you know, by the North. And I think there has to be, you know, an accelerated and enabling process to ensure that those dialogues and the priorities set are enabling and inclusive. So just any thoughts? Very grateful.
Well, it's good and difficult questions, but the fact we're sitting next to each other shows that there is already a discussion going on. Now, I would say this is maybe the next level of this alignment you were calling for, which is at the moment in the EU, we try to align the EU member states with the stakeholders, and then we try to work with partners like African Union and African countries. Now, I don't think the UN is seen as the number one partner we interact with, although we try to align everything we do to the SDGs. So those are the global goals that we all share here, and which are the reasons why we develop all these policies and programs. But we should probably discuss more with Wade. Right, we will have 2 days, so we will work.
I see it as a process. So thank you so much, Laurent. I'd now like to go to Jeffrey Monari. He is the Chief Executive Officer at the Universities Fund Kenya. Mr. Monari, this floor is yours.
Thank you very much. After very, very intensive discussions, I have no words to say as such. But I think for me, in the context of Africa, I'm looking at it, most of the funding that is happening in Africa is actually need-based because of the poverties in Africa. We have not really gone to funding based on the STIs that we have, because most of the funding agencies are looking at funding based on the poverty levels. That is a big challenge, because as much as we are talking about STI, first of all, if you look at the transition rates, and Dr. Robert Redley talked about, you're talking about 2%, while in Japan, we are at 70–80%. So even as much as we want to look at the issue of STI, there are key issues that need to be looked at. There is no sufficient funding in higher education or tertiary education. That is a huge challenge. And before we go there, we need to see how we put in more money. Yesterday, the first day, the ambassador of Finland was here, and 4% of their GDP is put into research. I don't think there's any African country that has even reached 1%. So these are some of the discussions that we need to look at before even we look at funding. Number two, when you look at the skills the gap and education, that is a huge challenge, especially in terms of STI. And my own thinking is that we need to move from education, poverty-based funding to performance-based funding, so that we influence STI funding. Otherwise, if we continue in this way, then no one can be able to measure the STI field. Another key challenge is infrastructure. We all know the challenges that we have on infrastructure across the continent. We may talk about STI, and basic laboratories in this continent do not have the facilities. So it's a huge challenge. When you go to intellectual property rights and technology transfer is a key issue, because our governments don't still understand what this means. It is an impediment across the whole region. Parliaments are creating laws that are not friendly for investment, for STI. And it becomes a challenge because you find an innovation will be carried from Africa very easily to another region for implementation, because our laws don't support innovation and tech transfer in this continent. And lastly, is the issue of policy and regulatory framework, which needs to be developed. That is still no here, no there. We need to evaluate how we are developing the policy and implementation. Most of it is in Africa is in the shelf. If you go to most of these countries, you'll find very good policies, but implementation is not there. And it becomes very difficult for us to be able to move in this field without proper implementation. And that is an impediment in Africa. My last, I said last, but please, in Africa, we say last many times. There's the issue of lack of research and development ecosystem. There's limited academia, industry, and government government is working against innovation. Most of our African countries do not recognize innovation. They form barriers that are not friendly towards innovation. So that is something that needs to be tackled. As much as funding is an issue, but we need to look at this ecosystem in totality to ensure that as much as this funding will be able to come, it will have an easy way in which it can be implemented. And I think we need to move out of depending on African governments to give solutions. The solution is amongst academia, private sector, and the people in this room. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. Very, very, very important. And I think listening to you, I'm reminded that we shouldn't make the mistake of treating Africa as a country. It's 54 nations. We've had references to that throughout today, and I think that's important to bear in mind. And again, as you know, as I've learned from the European Union, you know, all the member states, they don't do all the same thing at the same time, you know, or when they're told to. It's a dynamic process, and I think that's a reality of democracies, whether we like it or not. I'm delighted now to welcome Dr. Christos Arvanitidis, who is the CEO at the European Union's biodiversity research infrastructure called LifeWatch ERIC, based in Spain. And one reason, well, two reasons I'm delighted to welcome is one, it's going to give us a sort of a look at the cold face of what's happening on biodiversity research and how that can be a model for cooperation and collaboration, but also we should know that this is one of the EU's research infrastructures. Now, last time I checked, I may be off on the number, but there are approximately 100 such research infrastructures, and these are statutory established networks, for the sake of a better term. And the thing I want to tell you is, I mean, 6 months ago, I did a little survey of these research infrastructures. I asked them 3 questions. I said, how many of you have an African partner? Answer was 0. Full marks. Answer was 0. I said, how many of you want an African partner? Answer was 98%. There's no accounting for some people. 98%. Final question was, do you feel an African partner can contribute to your research outputs? 100% said yes. Back to the first question, how many are there? 0. So I really feel this needs to be part of you two gentlemen's discussion as to, again, practically bringing the enabling cooperation and collaboration. So with that said, I'll hand the screen to Christos, who is coming to us from sunny Spain, I believe. I know he travels a lot. Christos, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Declan. Very comprehensive introduction, I suppose. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for this kind invitation. LiveGoCherik is the research infrastructure dedicated on biodiversity and ecosystem research. And it is mainly a distributed infrastructure being developed on the cloud and collaborating with many communities, not only in Europe, but from around the world. Indeed, as Declan said, we have faced, a few which are very relevant to the main issue here, how to develop, this policy and how to implement the policy in the African countries. And I think that the lessons learned through our participation and through our developmental phase can be applicable, here. The first one is the participatory approach. If you want policy to be implemented with success, you need, to go through the participatory approach. As the motto of the UN is none to be left behind towards our endeavors to conserve and sustainably exploit, biodiversity and ecosystems, is the same here. And I'm not talking about, the scientists and the researchers. I'm talking also, about the engineers, the environmental managers, the policymakers, the implementers, and also key players in various areas, and the private sector and the society at large, including citizen scientists. This is very important to make sure that all of the expectations are somehow included, and therefore there's a part in the policy which refers, to those expectations, and therefore there is something that needs to be developed in order to address those expectations. The second lesson we learned is that without breaking the barriers among the sectors, and that means, primarily among the sectors of the economy, and also among the sectors that have to do with the scientific disciplines, or the societal, so to say, groups, and the key players in any of the issues, discussed under the policy. This is not a scientific challenge. This is not a technical challenge. This is actually a societal challenge that goes down to linguistics. People talk and name and refer with the same word different concepts. And that creates a lot of confusion. And also a lot of confusion is being created because living and acting in a discipline, let's say science, we are somehow trained to think in a certain way, but the other people from another sector, they are not. And therefore we need to find our way. And this is based, in linguistics and semantics as well, in order to understand each other. And that takes time. It's really so to say, process in order to make sure that the people understand each other, and therefore they can act in an integrative way. Otherwise, what we do is that we develop the things we understand individually, and then we find, great difficulties in order to offer integrated products to the society or to the governments or to whoever else would be the receiver or the beneficiary of such policies. I think that for the countries of Africa, the key point is to participate to all of the calls that are coming either from the European Union or from the United States or from any other party from around the world, any other country. This is very important, to develop the background in the societal groups that is needed, for such policies to be developed, of course, and then to be implemented. There should be, developed some kind of infrastructure in African countries. Definitely, the European research infrastructures can help with this task. We have, extensive experience by now what is needed in there and what are the best practices in order to develop infrastructure, not necessarily the research or the scientific infrastructures, but in general infrastructures. Finally, I think that common ventures with the private sector is a key for the sustainability of the implementation of such policies. I think that in the long term, it is always, very difficult for the governments to maintain a sort of permanent, or if you allow me, open funding for the implementation of such policies. Therefore, and the projects, they have a life of, let's say, 3 to 4 years or to 5 years, and then they die. And when they die, it's very difficult to keep up, with the activities unless an infrastructure is developed there and takes it over and acts like an incubation chamber, as we would say. Therefore, common ventures with the private sector is crucial in order to maintain and sustainability of the activities of the policies. And I'll stop here, to save time, and I'm open, to any questions coming from the floor. Declan, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christos, and thank you for the highlighting the societal focus. Very, very, very important. Thank you also for helping us understand the complexities of research infrastructure building. But in that comes many, many, many benefits. And of course, I view these things as they might have European names, but the challenges they all address are global, if anything. And I think the point you made about the unsustainability of research projects is very, very important. I mean, I don't know how many project leaders I've met, who come to the end of their activity and then, now what do we do? And nobody has a plan, and that can't be good anything. I'm looking to the chairman to ask if we have any minutes for questions. 1 or 2? Yeah.
We stop at 1.
Wonderful, excellent. Thank you very much again, Christos. So I now go to the floor for any questions, comments, or observations. Don't be shy. Dr. Ezegbe. George.
George, yes. Thank you very much. I just want to make this point that, as has already been noted, if you are talking about funding for STI, funding would definitely be multi-sourced. And I like the fact that Apai shared some experiences that seem to be addressing or contributing to enlarging the scope of funding. The Science Granting Council initiative, for example, that's very important. But I think what we need to work hard at is where our countries, our nations will come up with the big funds that, for example, would establish endowment funds for STI. And I like to cite the example of what Nigeria did for the African Academy of Sciences. Nigeria gave $5 million for the EES to establish an endowment fund that is contributing to their operations. And I think that is what we should be aspiring to. And then secondly, there's a trend coming up on the continent, which we should encourage. And that has to do with institutional establishment of research funds, STI funds that would enable the professional staff, the scientists and academics to conduct research and contribute to innovation. It's happening in Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, or University of Ghana, our own science, CSR, Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. They are all establishing their institutional research funds. And I believe that if we can encourage more of these on the continent in our various countries, it would contribute to improving the funding situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Obviously a very practical suggestion. And again, it would probably need like many things we've referred to this morning, a funding policy basis. Again, what does that enabling policy look like? And then for policymakers to get behind and to deliver that. Mash?
Thank you very much. Probably mine is to reiterate and try to emphasize what you as the chair is underlined, that without data, there is no research. And therefore, there is really a need in the implementation of the STI for the SDGs roadmap to ensure that open science is really given its rightful place for people to have access to data in order to ensure that research takes place on the continent, open science. The second issue is around the 66.2 TRIPS article on the transfer of technologies. At what point do we really push for this article to ensure that technologies are transferred to the different beneficiaries within the context of the implementation of our roadmaps to ensure that we are moving forward? The last point will be probably in discussions like this, it may be critical for us to start listening, inviting the different funding entities so that we also know what are their expectations in the process, and we prepare ourselves to engage with them both at the national level through the different multi-sectoral engagement and also at the continental level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mash. Very, very important. And just on the, again, going back to the access to data, I think it's very related to funding it in a general sense, because if and again with reference to the AI regulation, if African researchers, if African nations, if African communities are in any way hindered from obtaining the benefits that can be a result of AI, that's extremely, extremely bad. That cannot happen. And again, just to maybe specify, there's two sides to this. I think one is the impact of regulation outside Africa and its impact in Africa. But also, I think there's a huge opportunity for an African voice in this area, which I think now is silent. There is no. I think that's pretty much. That's not a technical issue. I think it's a policy/political issue, because even with the European Union's General Data Protection Regulation, the recent agreement with the US to sort of sort out the problems, it was a political agreement. It wasn't a technical agreement. So there needs to be a much greater engagement on this issue, because it's going to have, if you take any area, but I'd just like to choose the area of health, and that's something that is going to impact everybody, and the health innovations need to be led by Africa for Africans, and not a large part, I think that's going to be 100% dependent on access to African data, African phenotypes, African clinical trials. That all has to happen, and that has to be freely, or rather not freely, but it has to be accessible. And it has to be accessible under some form of a regulatory environment. And I think this is going to directly impact, because also funders and investor wants to invest in a company or an organization or a capacity in Africa. They want to know some certainty on the returns on that investment, for example. And a large part of that will be regulatory compliance. Thank you. Thank you, Mash. Dr. Chakravarty.
Thank you. Thanks, Declan. I think this was excellent panel, and I must congratulate the discussants as well as the speakers. I have two questions. One is for the keynote address, Dr. Mario. You talked about issues which are related to alignment, and as in the previous panel, Professor Mawanga talked about technology bridges. And I think that brings me closer to the point that our chair here, Mr. Declan, raised about 66.2 about technology transfer. And I think technology transfers, as we know, they haven't happened all this while. And technology bridges is a beautiful articulation and reinforces SDG arrangement that UN came up with in form of technology facilitation mechanism, TFM. So my question, Dr. Mario, is has OECD given any attention to TFM, and what you think in terms of pooling of such solutions, particularly from SDG perspective, to bring in solutions? And that takes me to my second question to our colleague from South Africa who made an excellent presentation today, Ms. Mampai Chaba. In terms of these pool of technologies, if at all TFM comes up, you gave several very interesting examples of participatory approaches in finance. Have you also given attention to such a collation of technological solutions? And you very rightly emphasized on the local solutions. That I think is the way forward. In fact, over tea, I was discussing with some colleagues on localizing our solutions, which I also mentioned. But I think technological solutions are equally important. Finance, of course, is, but technological solutions are also important. How you look at that? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Chakravarty. Thank you indeed. Sorry, sir, here.
Okay, thank you very much, Declan, and to all the panelists. My name is Samuel Chigome from the African Materials Research Society. We focus primarily on creating a platform for having an environment for all the researchers in materials science on the continent to work together, to collaborate. So I think as you were discussing, I was just thinking that probably something that we could consider, that we shouldn't forget about, is the issue of access to facilities for research equipment. So in Africa, it's not entirely correct to say that we don't have equipment, but to some extent, equipment is there, but people don't know each other. So I think looking at a funding model that enhances that way of sharing facilities, where we can be able to access facilities all over the continent, I think that can open up a lot of opportunities. If I can give an example, I think someone also talked about not just looking at things at the continental level, but also doing something at the national level. So recently I submitted a proposal for getting funding in the country where I'm working, to just put together the universities that are there in the country to be able to see what facilities do we have. So far from the proposal, I've already seen that we haven't got the funding yet, but I'm confident that I'll get it. But already I can see that with that approach, we'll be able to take advantage of what we already have in the country. So I think if we can look at that even at the continental level, we'll be able to get a lot of output from what we have on the continent. Thank you.
Many thanks indeed, sir.
Thank you, moderator, Declan, for the opportunity to speak. I would like to ride on his submission to say that African continent is moving, and I would like to remind colleagues as we are here that 1963, in this very same place, an announcement was made by Kwame Nkrumah, then the president of Ghana, and it is from that I think that we should be angry with ourselves, especially as Africans, that we have not realized what we should have done since what was spoken in 1963. 60 years ago. It is written here that it is within the possibilities of science and technology to make sure that we're able to move in industrial development. But also I wanted to highlight one thing: time and space could be reduced to be able to realize what we consider to be huge laboratories, but also manufacturing of trucks. Just 3 days ago, we were in Dakar, Senegal, and big coalitions of the African governments, grand challenges, family, we have received commitments of establishing huge laboratory infrastructure for drug manufacturing, vaccine, and related aspects. These are things which were promised in 1963, and I think Africa has not seen since then the promise that we had been promised. We have seen less blade on the table, more injustices, and I think we are back to see with the corporations that we're giving. I'll speak more to that in the afternoon when I speak on the moderation, but with the UN, EU, and corporations, we should be able to see Africa beyond the rhetoric questions you're asking, be able to see tangible interventions which are lifting the status of the Africans. And this is why we are here. Thank you, Asad Media.
Wonderful observation. Thank you so much. And I'm just going to go to the screen, Professor Mahunga.
Yes, I want to underscore that. First of all, African universities have a lot of land. Mozambique is a very good example. Some universities on Nyaka Island. Other universities are sitting on land with natural resources. This could be a basis for bankable projects. But the problem is the education system. It has to incorporate a dual problem-solving ethic. I'm pretty sure that if universities went to government with a value proposition for a bankable project, the government could become a partner. Case in point is Semiconductors Technologies Limited, Edita Kimathi. I think we should study these case studies. Final word, I am very skeptical about projects that demand a lot of money. Out of 1,000 startups in Africa, perhaps only up to 4 will succeed after 5 years. And universities of the West, Harvard is an endowment of $53 billion. It could wipe out Mozambique's $14.5 million debt many times over. So we should be very original in our thinking. Mampei mentioned the upcoming conference in South Africa. I think that could be a platform where academics, industry, and government could meet and bump some heads and come up with something. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I support those observations. I think we will conclude at this point. I'd just like to thank all our speakers and discussants. I think I'm going to take a leaf from, sorry?
I just wanted to respond to the delegate from India. He raised a question about what OECD is doing for the technology facilitation mechanism.
Go ahead.
Yes, so we are providing support around specific technology areas, specifically on the decarbonization, on infrastructure finance. So OECD is engaged. We have a project now with Thailand, for example, on the bioeconomy, and we are happy to extend this to other partners as well. So just to close there, thank you.
Thank you, Mario. And just on a word of housekeeping, the reception this evening at the Irish Embassy will take place, surprisingly, at the Irish Embassy and not the Radisson Hotel. Yeah, so just want to make sure you're aware of that. Mampe, you...
Yes, thank you, Declan. I wanted to respond to the question by Dr. Chaturvedi from India on local tech solutions that have been funded through participatory funding. And just to, again, go back to the example I gave, the Southern African Innovation Support Program, that because the funding comes from local innovation ecosystem role players, they set the terms of what they'd like to see as impact. Funds don't cross borders, so funders fund innovators in their home countries. So as a result, solutions are geared towards addressing challenges in the local context. And that's the beauty of participatory funding, that funders set the terms of what they'd like to see as impact or as output. And that's why it's a form of funding that I think should be supported going forward. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, back to you, and everyone will be delighted they can go to lunch, and I'll take a leaf from Mash's book and invite all my speakers and discussants to share with me those points. I'll use that then to give you, Mr. Chairman, a concept note on how I feel that funding can be addressed, and that's probably going to include a proposal to convene a meeting with a range of funding stakeholders, not just public sector, but all the other sectors as well, to come forward with at least to try and evolve a common approach. And I think if this could, then that could trigger the question, funding what, you see, and I think that could be very, very constructive. Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. I really want to congratulate both panels this morning. Excellent speakers, discussant, and also the questions. Just quickly follow up Ms. Mampe's localizations issue. I think it doesn't have to be national roadmap. It could be also a local STI roadmaps. One thing on the proposal of the multi-agency trust fund on STI for African development, I think it's a great starting point from Addis workshop to even think about to come up with a position paper. Coming from this group, we like to invite colleagues who are interested to join, to come forward to work with us as a working group to put forward a concrete proposal. I'm looking at also the chair of the coalition. They are guiding us on many perspective. There's another opportunity. South Africa is hosting a forum later this year. Could be continue this momentum of the discussion. And so we want to carry this work forward. So we have to stop. I think one way to cure the jet lag is really join this meeting. I think I cannot say we have to, for me, I have to really listen very carefully to listen every words. Yeah, so I really appreciate for that. I think we can start a bit late for the next roundtable so that we have some time for lunch. Which I think the next roundtable is roundtable 3, and we can do 2:30. Is that okay? Or originally on the 2 o'clock. It's mainly decline your Irish embassies. Yeah, the reception will start at what time? 2:15. Yeah.
2:15 sharp. 2:15, 1 hour from now.
2, right? Okay. So the secretary decided so keep a short lunch. Come back at 2 o'clock then. Yeah. Okay.
Because otherwise we go home. Hey. How are you?
You see, you put out all that these people need to talk about. It's just that those things that there's nothing else that we need to talk about.
Yes.
It's just that. We don't have things.
Yeah,
we look for money and infrastructure. That's what.
There is a restaurant on top. There is also a coffee shop at the far end. Both of them, you just go upstairs.
So another practical announcement is the password for the Wi-Fi in the room. I actually also located there. There's a Wi-Fi password over here. So if you want to connect you over there, right? Okay.
Many are still waiting for the coffee.
Coffee will be after the session. Colleagues, can you be seated for next roundtable?
I have a presentation now. I asked the help
Which
for my presentation.
Shaboon, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I need for presentation.
Yes, yes. I'm going to moderate or I'm going to give the floor to couple.
PowerPoint.
Yes, PowerPoint. Oh, I see PowerPoint.
Well, that's.
It's
Yeah.
Colleagues, we need to start. There's still a couple of things need to settle there during the discussion, but we hope we don't lose too much of the time. I'd like to introduce my dear colleague, dear friend.
Dear friend.
Professor José Roman. He's the member of UN Secretary General 10-member group. He's a great supporter, also a thinker behind of the work on the STI4SDG roadmap. I'd like to give the floor to him to moderate the session. Dr. José Roman, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much to the organizers, and particularly to you, Dr. Wei Liu, my friend, for inviting me to this workshop. Well, at this crucial juncture, especially for the Global South, we urgently require a global innovation ecosystem aligned with the SDGs. As a member of the 10-member group, I envision an ecosystem that's not only interconnected and robust, but also inclusive, synergistic, scalable and accessible, amplifying every SDG relevant idea from grassroots to global. While a few nations and corporations hold the reins of innovative ecosystems, often sidelining equality and environmental sustainability, many in the Global South and vulnerable communities everywhere in every country face technological divides and resource limitations. Addressing this isn't just necessary, it is vital for a harmonious future, emphasizing education, upskilling, and of course, bridging the digital divide. Such an ecosystem requires political commitment and varied investments, yet the benefits from economic uplift to social health are incommensurable. So how do you link a problem with a solution with a problem, with expertise support, with funds? How do you link it with ethically aligned innovations and with a bottom-up process? How do you avoid allowing theft of ideas or just illicit use of them? That's all that we need to focus on, and particularly as we saw in the past roundtable, the issue of financing, funding. Well, to this end, the 10-member group proposes a network of Bank of Ideas and Funds for Innovation, led by independent ethical councils and supported by a consortium of experts. This digital platform aims for worldwide collaboration, regional collaboration, utilizing both new and existing technologies. Embracing partnership in action, as Dr. Wei Liu has always defended and promoted. This network dismantles obstacles, promotes cohesive collaboration, and brings together varied stakeholders. It focuses on optimal and fair use of intellectual property, eliminating disregard, theft, and illicit exploitation of ideas, and champions the democratization of open source technology. This initiative aims to produce global public goods, fostering sustainable, inclusive development by engaging stakeholders, procuring funds, and harnessing innovative ideas under the global public investment principles that all contribute, decide, and benefit. This initiative seeks sustainable, inclusive progress for all in a world where innovation-led growth is paramount. Well, for those who are eager, you can check the documents that have been distributed among you. There's the full proposal of this. We have an outstanding group of speakers and discussants who will, on the respective experience on R&I policies and national STI roadmaps to address national sustainability challenges, either in their national context or based on their research. But first, let me give the floor to our keynote speaker. Here's around Mr. Samba. So is he here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, all right. Sorry, I didn't see you. Okay, he's a principal planner, Directorate of Development Planning, Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs of Gambia. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and your excellencies. I am Samba Sow is my name. I work with the Ministry of Finance at the Director of Development Planning, coordinating national development agendas of the country. As he rightly said, my focus area will be on the designing, funding, and implementation of STI, and also alongside vis-a-vis the National Development Plan. It is important to look at the nexus between national priorities and that of the sub-national priorities. Those are the regional context and also at the sector level. And also there should be a clarity in terms of institutional arrangement, coordination, implementation of a national agenda alongside STI. So I will little bit deviate in terms of Gambia experience, in terms of STI implementation roadmap. I will say a little experience because at the national level, it's important the clarity I've highlighted. Currently, the Gambia is developing the National Development Plan, which span from 2023 to 2027. And it is important on the national development priority to highlight the issues of science, technology, innovation, and sustainable growth and development. So during the wider consultation that was done at the national level, and looking at the regional context in terms of SDG, mainstreaming to national priorities, we were able to come with 8 imperatives. And on those 8 imperatives, that is the priority government set, we have one of the priorities, which is human capital development, which actually where government prioritize innovations, research innovations and science, STI and other related these things. But nonetheless, we also have it mainstream in other government sectors. So that's why it's important to look at STI alongside in a broader perspective. So going further, I want to summarize my interventions. So it's important during the development process for us to look at accountability, to build partnership and put in place a robust sustainable resource mobilization strategy to enhance delivery and development outcome, especially STI and RDI, that's research and development. So, and also I highlighted the issue of institutional arrangement. There should be a clarity in terms of institutional arrangement. For instance, in our context, we have the Ministry of Finance that is responsible for mainstreaming SDG in all government plans and priorities. And also in terms of institutional arrangement for STI roadmap for the Gambia, we have the Ministry of...
Sorry, do you want to show the PowerPoint?
Yeah, I've shared it. It was shared to the...
No, you want to share it on the screen?
No, it is shared. I can share it.
Okay. You can share it?
Yeah, it's...
Okay.
So you can share it already? No, I give it to...
Yes, he has it.
Yeah, you can load it.
Okay.
I load it. Yeah, you load it. But I'm not going exactly as the PowerPoint. Okay. I'm just, don't mind much.
Sorry for the interruption.
Yes. So as I was dilating on the institutional arrangement, it's important to have clarity in terms of institutional arrangements, because in our own context, we have the Ministry of Finance responsible for coordinating of SDGs, and so it mainstream in all government plans, while the Ministry of Research, Science and Technology, we government felt is important. That's why it was created recently it was created for the last decade to coordinate research and development. So that's why they responsible in terms of effectively coordinating STI alongside sectors that are concerned, and also build research capability on STI related domain throughout government sectors. As I indicated initially, in designing government priorities, it's important to have a broader perspective in terms of crafting the STI priorities, because there are a lot of sectors that actually needed STI to be mainstream, like education and training, and also research and development, information communication infrastructure, legal and regulatory framework, science and technology. And you have sciences, other related agriculture and other related fields that actually needed to be looked into in terms of developing or crafting strategies for STI. And also in terms of the governance, STI governance framework, it's important to look at a holistic approach, look at like the case in Gambia we have from the Office of the President to the wider communities, taking into consideration pool of experts, that is the think tank. So we have other technical community in terms of coordinating the implementation and designing of STI, because that will give ownership. It's important to look at the governance framework of STI in a holistic manner. And also in Gambia, our landscape in terms of production of STI fields in different fields area is very low. It's very low because data has depicted we have a very low in the initial assessment we did because the STI that is policy that was developed is in about to expire, and we'll review it this year to span from next year and to the next 5 years. That will be aligned with the national development priorities. In terms of STI funding, basically STI funding is mainly concentrated on donor funding, and which is actually hampering implementation of STI. In Gambia context, you have low budget allocation for STI. We have very low budget allocation for STI. That's why there was a need to develop National Innovation Fund. So, and also the institutional arrangement to ensure synergies development and avoid overlaps. There are other sectors in terms of coordinations or units within the ministry that are coordinating research and innovation, and also STI in separate and with the same ministry, so that's why they develop a policy that will avoid that overlap, which is pressed currently at cabinet to ensure that there should not be any overlaps. And also in terms of developing STI policies and strategy, it's important to consider inclusions in terms of gender, among others. Of course, as I highlighted, there are a lot of challenges that underlined in terms of STI implementation. The biggest challenge that is experienced is lack of infrastructure. The infrastructure in terms of electricity, internet connectivity, among others. COVID also, which have a long-lasting impact, also have experienced some challenge in terms of implementing STI, and also the legal regulatory framework in terms of climate issues also needed to be considered. And also the interest rate in terms of the banks that are providing microfinancing for SME and research and development initiative usually are very high. Gambia innovative ecosystem is not functional optimally due to the following reason, because we have inadequate financial incentive to support innovations, and also inadequate credit, private equity to support SMEs and research and development, and inadequate skills, specialized skill areas. So as form of recommendations, we have, it's important to improve economic environment, to provide basic infrastructure to national research and innovations, improve policy making capacities in all sectors, and also build efficient national innovation system, increase government funding, because most of the STI programs are contingent on donor financing, and which is not sustainable. As I indicated, we have STI policy that is expiring this year. It's important when we are developing the next STI roadmap to consider certain factors. In terms of considering the technical committees at the higher level in terms of coordination and implementations, it's important to consider data and statistics. Because even wherein we have good policies, but they cannot be effectively measured because of absence of data, and also in terms of capacity to gather those data, and also the resource involved. Because in fact, sometimes we cannot craft a high-level indicators for some of these things. We have to go for low-level indicators that are process indicators, so because of lack of data. And financing for development is also important for us. Our next stage of looking at the priority to consider and research and monitoring evaluations. Thank you very much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. I think it is crucial what you have just presented. And let me just tell you why it is. I'm not going to intervene much between each speaker, but let me say this. Just bear in mind that what we are seeing is that governance, infrastructure, R&D, etc., is moving linearly, gradually up. But the technology that is coming from abroad mainly, because we are not generators of top of the range technology, is moving exponentially. Maybe it will become a sigmoid curve later on, but for the time being is moving exponentially. This means that in the very short term, in a couple of years, we will be overwhelmed by this technology. Just look at ChatGPT and all these generative AI. It is going to be mixed with biotechnology, with medicine, etc. It's just going to overwhelm us. And we need to react, because otherwise there's going to be no regulation that we can impose in order to deal with this. And there's no competitive edge that we will have. That's why innovation is crucial. But what does innovation mean in these terms? It means adapting, using those technologies, adapting them to respond to what Mr. So just said, the national priorities, regional priorities, etc. And that is what I try to convey at the beginning of my message. Let's build a regional, a global network of banks of ideas that can deal with that in a cohesive, collaborative manner. Sorry for that. I promise I won't be bothering you much with any more interventions. Well, now we have a fantastic group of speakers. And I first give the floor to Dr. Richard Osei Bofa, SDGs National Coordinator, Chief Analyst, National Development Planning Commission, Ghana. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Let me move straight to my presentation. And just to take it from when there was a mentioning, is there anyone from the local authority? And there was silence. Why I sit as the commission, we coordinate all the sectors, ministries, and the local authorities. So I was doubting whether to raise my hand or not, because you're always in touch with them and we are working hand in hand with them. So in the Ghanaian perspective, when we come, if you look at our development planning system, how it is hinged, you observe that in our long-term perspective, where we are saying that by the time Ghana is 100 years at 2057, we should achieve high income status. And in there, we have 10 drivers of transformation, and STI is one of them. So in all our thinking, you observe that STI is really on board, because you need that one to trigger your attainment of the SDGs and also national development. And if we, when you come then to our short-term and the medium-term planning phases, we have a whole documentation or policy framework where it goes to the various dimensions, development dimension, look at how STI is mainstream. So in Ghana, STI is not treated as a separate subject on its own. It's a mainstreaming factor across all the various dimensions. And this is what is being taken by all the sectors and ministries in the country, and then local authorities to prepare their plans. So what they are doing is that indirectly, they are all mainstream incorporating the concept of STI in their plans and policies. Just after that, we have specific policies and programs that deals with STI to see how we can address that. That's why if we follow our presentation from Dr. George Owusu, how you talk about the STI policy that we already have, STI4SDG framework that we also have as a country. And even prior to that, Ghana has already been having this discussion on the STI. The current one, which is being reviewed and is supposed to run from 2024 to 2030 for the STI policy. And even with the STI for SDG roadmap, there's even consent to actually do evaluation, mid evaluation by next year, and then terminal evaluation by end of 2030. So that is giving you some idea about what we are doing. But specifically, there are also issues where government has strategy to actually ensure that those in public universities, by 2030, we should be able to have about 60% of them having science-related courses being registered to them. And then also polytechnics moving to 80%. So that is where we are taking it from. In terms of spending on R&E, recent it's a bit low, but there has been gradual improvement, but we are still doing below 0.2%. But then there's a target as part of the STI policy. There's that effort by government to move to 1% of its GDP by 2030. So that is how we are moving. For some time now, over the past 4 years, government has been pursuing digitization agenda, and that agenda, you observe that there's so much focus on STI, how we can digitize our governance system, and that has been going on, our e-government, e-business, e-education, e-health, and all that. So these are areas that government is pushing, and it's really driving, is really being driven by our development process and our plans and projects. So that's how we are moving as a country. I remember we had a program with ECA on this integrated financing framework, which actually bring on board how we can actually address financing gap, including the local level, and issue of diaspora came in, on top potential of the private sector. We have a lot of private sector in there, but they are not being really much involved in some of these that we are doing, and that is a means to actually minimize that. And sometimes we also have the resource, but how do we minimize waste and avoid duplication and all that? So these were things that came up, and I remember that came so high when you talk about even the COVID time, the COVID period where the districts were disrupted by this unexpected event, and we need to leverage on technology. So even last year, 2022, in our VNR report, if you look at it carefully, much of it was dependent on technology, using ST, and how do we use that in our reporting. So that was really used. In fact, I must say that we have to even engage the person with disability through these innovative approaches, where the PWGs were brought on board from diverse ways, and they were able to contribute to that. So STI has been a part of Ghana's process. If we ask us, much of our challenge has to do with the funding component of it. How do we ensure continuity of this program that we have, the project that we are putting in place as a country, and ensure that we have to sustain it? So that funding aspect of it is critical to us. And of course, even though we are using STI in terms of our data collection, the recent sensors, we leverage on it so much that it could be like a live data right on the field. You can even track progress, and that is what we are doing. But in terms of maybe just to end about 20 seconds, in terms of how we are using the STI to be able to strengthen our database system, more work need to be done. Because if we're looking at as a country, at the national, we are practicing the decentralized planning system, and you observe that at the lower level, there's much challenge, even though the much program is going on there. So maybe let me end here by saying that STI to us is part of our blood, it's part of what we eat and drink. Perhaps we need to do more in our funding capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this message. Now, on behalf of Professor Xu, I wish to introduce Professor Yi Xin, Deputy Dean of Global Cooperation Governance, University of International Business and Economics. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, moderator, and hello, everyone. The distinguished guest friend. Yes, I'm on behalf of Professor Xu. And yes, there is a big challenge that the global industry is facing, the fundamental transformation and the changes. So on the national level, we need to change the mind and the direction of our policy, and to build the engineering industrial ecosystem for STI. The engineering industrial ecosystem will match the six entry points that are identified by Global Sustainable Development Report 2023. It consists of 7 elements: government, industry, university, scientific research, finance, technology agency, and market. Within this system, we are going to start from research. And the foundation is education and governance. In the system, production, finance, and the technology agency will not be the independent factors anymore. They will collaborate and support each other, and ultimately apply to the market. And how this system works, that needs the support of funding. So let's talk about the Initiative for Global Industrial Transformation and Development Fund, according to the vision of the community with a shared future of humanity. As a GAD fund that leads social progress and economic development to achieve sustainable development goals, the fund shoulders the important historic task to promote industrial change and to build engineering ecosystem under the influence of the anti-globalization, protectionism, to build inclusive and opening fund support system is a significant measure to achieve the initiative of a community with a shared future for mankind, which is also an international extension of China's people-centered philosophy. We are done very well with from 1 to n. Like if we have one phone, we can have hundreds phones. But so what should we fund? STI contributes to globalization, competitive markets, and the growth of economy. We should fund in STI for industrial revolution from 0 to 1, and engineering ecological evolution map of industrial transformation and realizing the accumulation, reconstruction, and efficient innovation of development experience and theory, integrate past experience and theories to build a comprehensive and systematic knowledge base of human development, avoid the duplication of labor and the waste of resources, to promote industrial change and upgrade, thereby eliminating the development gap in the world and realizing a shared future for mankind and a win-win situation, achieve the goal of sustainable development. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for this brief but very powerful message. Now I give the floor to Dr. Abdelrazak Chabon, Head of Division of the Coordination of Research University, Direction of Scientific Research and Innovation, Ministry of Higher Education, Scientific Research and Innovation of Morocco. So you have the floor.
At the start my speech, I thank so much the organizer DESA and ECA and all partners and dear colleague from Africa. My presentation is to show how the capacity of potential national scientific and technological in Morocco and interaction with the system development goals and some reflection and recommendation. It's focused on some sectorial strategies and our strategies now. In Morocco, 12 university public reparted in 12 regions. They work so much morely than in socio-economic region, local needs, and we have some university created in partnership with private sector privé. They work in new technology and some fields need some fields of sector private sector. And we have many establishment, private establishment. It's dedicated only for training. We have nearly 20,000 professors, 14. Why this indicator? To show you the human capital need to contribute to development, local and national development. PhD 14,000, and publication, co-publication is to show the ouverture, opinion, internationalization of research, or in Africa, we are the 4 in Nature Index. The classroom, the ranking university like THE Impact, he show how they have universities contribute on sustainable goal, development. Sorry, and the chercheur, Morocco chercheur, they can participate in Horizon Europe on program research in Europe, like Prima in Mediterranean. Innovation. We make now in Morocco, the name is Cité de l'Innovation, is the campus for innovation, is a seat how the meeting between private and the public research. Some sectoral strategies. We have now National Sustainable Development Strategy. It's cover many fields like agriculture, biodiversity, energy, and climate change. Why we reform our higher education and research and innovation in Morocco? I go so far. I say only we developed the research, doctoral research. Why? We need a new generation of new researchers with a big capacity in digital and in language, not like in my English. Our strategy now is a strategy for reform, a new model of university, Morocco University. We prepared with many forum and workshop meeting with the 12 regions and with diaspora too, consultation with diaspora, a large consultation for orientations in academic, excellence academic, efficiency governance, excellence in research and innovation. New generation of PhD students. It's important. It's my recommendation, our recommendation for our friend of Africa. It's important to prepare a new generation for future with new capacities, new with digital, with language, with other power skills. The financement co-fund come some as a new model for financing research. And Captain Morocco Diaspora, we have one program, the name is FinCom. We can receive our diaspora for 2 weeks, only for give one conference for some establishment university, and we finance it, the travel and the séjour of diaspora. It's just short time, but they make some dynamics, some linking between homologue Morocco or Morocco.
Could you round up, please?
What?
If you can accelerate. Oh, there you are. Sorry. Okay, yeah. Just important.
Okay.
Well, thank you very, very much for
Sorry for my
No,
English,
it was perfect. Thank you. Thank you so
much. If you permit, two recommendations: new generation of PhD,
yeah,
and internationalization of research, linking réseautage. It's important for our land, our country in Africa.
Of course.
I think of all universities in Africa, some réseau in because why? Our objective of sustainable goal, development goal, is our preoccupation now, all in the world: agriculture, water, energy, climate change, climate, and we can do it the good work together.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Message received.
Sorry.
Now, I have two discussants who have 2 minutes. Mr. Jürgen Gafke, who is a Senior Programmer Officer, Division of Sustainable Development Goals, UN DESA. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I try to be short, but trying to keep it also interactive. Some questions. If I see the discussions for this morning and also coming out, I see 4 main areas or elements that has been highlighted. One, what came again repeatedly, is the human capital development. If we don't have the local skill sets, we are not going to have the independence to work and invest into our research and innovation if we don't have the people who do it. The second is we need to have the infrastructure. Whereas the challenge is building an infrastructure, keeping in mind that technology advances exponentially at this time. So what kind of infrastructure are we investing in? How are we going to do that? Are we investing into infrastructure that is going to be obsolete in 2 years? That we need to have in mind that we are in a dynamic, changing world. The third element, what I see, is a conducive policy environment. What you mentioned, protection of intellectual property. We need regulatory frameworks. We need to have the policy environment that nurtures and protects innovation in the country. And the fourth, and there it comes in, funding. And we had heard that the funding needs to be aligned with what are we funding, what are the programs, and we need to coordinate among the various funding entities. I mean, I've heard there's so many funding ideas. We have heard from the EU, I think you mentioned we had the Global Gateway, we have the African Union EU Innovation Agenda. There's money, there's certain money there. The UN, we have worked on the stimulus package. We have the SDG fund where we're working with country teams to support achievement of the SDGs. We have heard from Manuela this morning from the DLR, they have funds particularly for supporting research in sub-Saharan Africa. So there are many different actors with funding. I also heard the idea from Professor Jin on regional funds and other funds to support. So we need to align these funding with priorities. So now maybe I go back with 2 questions for the speakers. And maybe I start with the first speaker first, and that comes, you're coming to the end of your current STI. That is Mr. So from Bamir. You're coming to the end of the current STI policy, and you're developing a new one. How do you monitor progress? How do you evaluate what has been achieved, and where do you see a major investment? That would be for Mr. So. And maybe another question for just my colleague from Morocco. When he says building new education, how do you make sure that you leave no one behind, that you integrate women and girls in that process? I think I heard already enough from my colleague Richard from Ghana on the experience, how they manage it, they put a priority. So I leave it to the 2 questions from the colleagues.
Thank you very much. We keep the answer for later, please. Just let me now give the word to the second discussant, Professor Amos Yereyang Kaboba. I hope I pronounce it correctly, at least nearly. Associate Professor Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering, University of Energy and Natural Resources, Ghana. Please, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I want to also thank International Center for Big Data for Sustainable Development Goals for also giving me the opportunity to be here, and also on behalf of my own country and my seniors who are here, and to really say that the discussions we are having here are very passionate about it. But I go back to his issue. He raised some very laudable issues, and that is what I'm just thinking about. Roadmap, action. Roadmap and the action. How do we align them? And going back to my colleague's discussion, that are we looking at a linear model or we are looking at a parallel model to see how we address the issue? I think looking at the way technology is going, we have to address an issue of a parallel model whereby we are looking at how do we ensure, especially the youth, get it right. And coming from the education sector, I think that is something that must be done, and it must be done immediately. And the example from Ghana, we start from day one. STEM education cannot be compromised, because if they don't get a foundation, there's no way they are going to get all these things. So STEM education from day one is critical. And in fact, it is even shown that now, even if you want to study law, you need to also understand how this technology is going on. So I think the message I have in this short time is that how do we empower our universities in Africa to not only be thinking about universal ranking, but to think about producing graduates that can what? Be immediately start-up companies. I think this is where we want to go. And I think also from the international community, please help us with your funding in such a way that it is helping our universities to produce graduates, not just for publishing, but to what? Produce graduates that can start their own companies. Because if I take, for example, for a conclusion, sanitation is an issue. How do you produce a graduate that can be able to develop an app on the phone to help, for example, the national institution responsible for sanitation management? I leave it here. I think it's both sides from the international angle, help us, guide us, but what we need is that we need solutions immediately to address our issue on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this powerful message and issues. I think that there is time, first of all, to answer the couple of questions that were put to the speakers and also to the keynote speaker. So please, who wants to be first?
Yes, I can go first.
Please.
Yes, thank you very much for this. You want to know how we monitor progress in terms of STI implementation in my country. By default, the National Development Plan is aligned to sector strategies and priorities. The Ministry of Higher Education is actually coordinating the implementation of STI in my country. And this time around, the National Development Plan is well explicit in terms of innovation, STI innovations and RDI. We have a priority specifically for that. So although there are challenges of data, which I initially highlighted, the sector was moved from the Ministry of Basic and Secondary Education that has enough capacity in terms of data. Data exists, data continue to be a challenge for monitoring evaluation in terms of STI. But nonetheless, we usually monitor the implementation of National Development Plan yearly on midterm and end term. This is assessing progress in terms of implementation of National Development Plans. But although data is a challenge in terms of the ministry, in terms of STI, though we have some indicator we design alongside STI in terms of progress for STI. Yes, I don't know whether that answered. In terms of financing, we are working on strategy for financing for the National Development Plan, which we look inward in terms of innovative financing for some of the pillars, and also we resource mobilize. If there is no enough national budget to cater for the implementation of national development plan.
Thank you very much. Do any of the speakers want to address the questions or comments made? Please, you have the problem.
Question to Ghana, but I think to share experience on how we monitor our progress on the STI. For Ghana, like I mentioned, so once it is mainstream in our development plans, every quarter, sectors and districts are supposed to report to the commission on their progress on these indicators, the national indicators, which has some on the STI. So we're able to track on that. Beyond that is the specific function of the sector, Ministry of Environment, Sanitation, Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, and Innovation. And then its associate agencies also provide specific report on how they are progressing in this direction. And that's where my senior colleague George also to talk more about it. So that's how we do our monitoring and evaluation across, yeah.
Thank you very much. No one else? Well, I just, okay, sorry, I cannot see your name, please.
My name is...
Very briefly, please. Very briefly.
Okay, briefly. I have two questions only that I want to just pose for everybody. This is not about just funding. Funding might be just tapped from different sources. It doesn't matter. What matters for me is what portions of the money goes for the innovator, technologists, and scientists. One. The second is to what extent we can make at ease the procedure of just getting this money or finance for the innovator, technologists, and scientists. That is the main question. That's where that I'm just bothering always or puzzled about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, I would like just to say a couple of things. I mean, you have received the respective message. I won't try to summarize it as I used to do. Just three points. The first point is related to the funding, which is, I think, a major thing that Roundtable 2 and this one underlined, and we need to be focused on this. Funding STI for SDGs, funding research and development for our national, regional goods, creating global common goods. Those are priorities, certainly, in a world that is moving very, very fast. I wish you just to please try to see the proposal of the global public investment. Global public investment is a new idea that has been taken by the Group of 10 and is in the report of the Group of 10. I would like you to really look at it. It basically proposes that everyone contributes, everyone decides, and everyone benefits. It's not the old style aid for SDG or it's really a new way of thinking where Africa can benefit a lot. That's one thing I want. The other one related to R&D, it is important certainly to increase the percentage regarding GDP, but the quality is as important as the quantity. So if you compare countries, I won't say names, but if you compare countries, one had a higher R&D to GDP and the other one lower one. However, the growth, the quality growth in the second one, lower, was higher. Why? Because it was doing R&D not only vertically, siloed, but horizontally. It's key that R&D is done in a collaborative way. And then finally, just one thing regarding innovation for the SDGs. Really, innovation has to be priority in all this. And innovation means what I said, basically adapting what is out there for your regional and national priorities. Look at the network. we in Latin America are doing this. I'm responsible for Mexico as a pilot country, and I think it is working quite fine. I will report this in a future stage. But I think Africa can benefit a lot from something like this. I mean, the qualitative economies of scale. All right, is there anybody else who wants to take the floor? Would you like? Please.
Yeah, sorry. I think I would just like to reinforce the challenge of the need for scaling up and scale. We do need quality, but I think in Africa, we also need quantity. Innovation comes from ideas and people. If you only have a couple of hundred researchers in a country or in a region, you're going to get a couple of hundred ideas. If you have 11,000 or 40,000 PhD students in Morocco, you get 40,000 ideas. So that 40,000 ideas bloom and grow. So as we're talking about financing, organization, I think we have to recognize the challenge that Africa faces of scaling up. And we can't duck that.
I fully support your message. That's precisely the heart of the proposal of innovation. I mean, just gather more and more. And I really, yeah, there's someone else. Oh, yes. Mr. Shaboum, please.
Not so that, please. Tell innovation is sector, private industrial sector. I know in all countries in Africa, we have not some facilitation or incitative for industrial, like fiscality, like impôt, and like the other system for he promote RD with the public sector.
You could also see, please do, the Global Innovation Index. I participated recently in Oxford with that, and it is really comprehensive. It gives you an idea of almost every country's state of the art and situation in this respect. And I hope you take well, support and spirit from this, and you can really focus on that major priority. Well, we have come to the end of our discussions. Well, we actually have. I mean, to be fair, we started a quarter of an hour late, and we are now 50 minutes into our time. So, if you don't mind, President, Chairman, would you mind if we continue? Yes. Okay. Right then, who could you say who you are?
Okay,
Please,
so the name is
you have the
Wamina Kwe from Ghana. This is a very burning issue from my side. The issue about evaluating STI policies. Because most of the time when we are reviewing, we don't take pains to actually evaluate the existing before the precursors. So I would want to say that even as we engage here, we should also deepen the discussion around monitoring and evaluation strategies to be able to evaluate and also how to track the progress as we move along. So that it's not just a documentation or a framework, but it's actually a working framework for us to benefit from it. Thank you.
Certainly, thank you very much. So yes, you have the floor, please. Just,
yeah, thank you very much. Just a question. I think the target was set of 1% of the GDP to be contributed by the countries in Africa. If my understanding is correct, I think maybe one country is close to that, if I'm not mistaken, or one or two, I'm not sure. But others, 0.7. So we don't have any country that's, but we set it for some time now. And then what I wanted to understand is that in terms of the target that was also set as a continent, looking at moving away from the GDP issue, but then I think there's a significant percentage of funding that comes from outside Africa for R&D. I don't know what target was set as a continent, and I don't know what percentage we're at now in terms of contribution from within Africa and from outside Africa.
That's part of the 0.7%. The external.
sorry, can you use the floor to say what you want to say?
just saying the external financing into a country for R&D is part of the GERD figure.
Yes.
So if it's 0.7%, it might be that 50% of that is from outside funding like the EU or other agencies.
That's correct.
And I think, in fact, Malawi was once over 1%, but I think probably 95% of that came from the Wellcome Trust.
Yes, yes. Yeah, it is true. And of course, R&D has to come, as you expressed, with upskilling, education, and certainly bridging the digital gap. If there's no bridging of the digital gap, you can have quality academics, I mean, very poorly interconnected. Anyway, any other comment, question? Please, sir.
Okay, thank you. I am Undosan from Society for Technology Studies. I would like to make short notes on 2 points. One is on the point made by the last discussant. He mentioned about the importance of producing graduates who can start their own business. An equally important point which should be given focus is producing graduates who with employable skills. In Africa, there are millions of university graduates who are looking for work. One of the reasons why they cannot find work is the skills which they possess does not match the skill needs of industry. The other point is about patent documents, which was mentioned this morning. There is lack of understanding about the importance of patent documents as sources of technological information among African scientists and researchers. So there should be a focus on promoting awareness about the importance of those materials as important sources for the transfer of knowledge from Europe, America, and Japan to Africa. Thanks.
Thank you very much, very useful. Well, yes, you respond. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I just have one last comment. One, within Africa, there is capacity to some level. Different countries, different institutions have some capacity. But what is lacking in terms of the STI co-sharing is something that we need to look at and think, how do we do it? Because that is very important. For example, from South Africa, they have advanced labs. How can a researcher from Ghana access those laboratories? And even sometimes within the same country. Number two, there was a presentation about European Union having all these advanced laboratories. How can we design a model that allow co-sharing of resources? Because this is also a funding model that we can easily, right now, be able to leverage on without having a lot of paperwork. So I think these are areas which we need to think about. Thank you.
Collaborative cooperation. I think that's the only way. I mean, that's what the European Union does, you know, and even the UK, where I live, which is now no part of that, still cooperates, you know, in common projects. And I think you can do a lot, and the benefits summarize in what you said: scaling up. It is crucial. Yes, scaling it up. So, please. Brief comment, please.
Yeah, 2 brief comments. So in light of what you said, maybe I'd ask a rhetorical question. So why could not there be 10 African partners for 10 research infrastructures by 4 weeks' time? There's no reason why not. Second point is, why are we not discussing indigenous knowledge?
Well, absolutely. That's precisely, well, I tried to point it out in what I said, but that's precisely the main focus of the banks of ideas and banks. There is no funding for vulnerable communities because they don't have a market value. So, and indigenous people don't have a market value. There's nothing going in there. It has to be from national development banks, etc. The only way is to create value among these communities. It is based, that idea of the Bank of Ideas is based on grassroots indigenous knowledge and needs. And so please just have a look at it. I think you will get many answers. And the scalability is fundamental to this idea. Just imagine, one more thing, very brief. There are 95% of businesses are micro, so 2-3 people working there. They cannot generate innovation, they cannot upskill, they cannot do anything. But among them, working together, scaling up, they can. And that's what African countries can also do. That's what we are trying to do in Latin America now. Anyway, if there's no other comment, then I will need to, yes, one more, and this is the last one because we are about to hit the hour.
Yes. So I wanted to make a comment in relation to what he said on we having capacity. Yeah, that's very true. In our universities, we are being taught at the School of Engineering to look at the problems behind us, use engineering design to solve those problems. And at the end of our 4 years, let's say basic bachelor's degree, we come up with innovative solutions to the problems we have identified around us. But then at the end, all these projects sit on the shelves. They do not go into the market. And I think we should look at that, how we can help these students bring out these innovations to the markets too.
Very wise last words. And with that, we close this roundtable and precisely to the hour of our hour, not the time. And I hope, I mean, you can continue. Chairman, please.
So the coffee is there. We can have a, yeah, we have 15 minutes coffee time and then we back at 3:30. Thank you.
You're part of my wish session tomorrow.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so what are you going to talk about?
Do you have an answer? Sorry?
Is it on the
Do you
website?
have an answer?
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for the first.
So I think maybe not sure this
So, yeah, I was just informed about so I'm going around talking.
Oh, yeah, okay, so that's
Very challenging. Like, what's this?
So most of the questions
So far, so what I want to try and do is UN session. You understand? Because